Will have to be in the region of Thweedle.
There we go. Ha. Okay, so we are back in live once again, coming up on the holidays for Marvel Superheroes. So if I could get somebody to give us a notes recap from last week or from last game, we'll get started.
All right, November 8th notes. So we come to the realization that we have incoming enemies due to the transmissions sent out by Ixion searching for fellow Solantis.
Oh,
Lightbringer takes on the task of responding to her fan mail. All right, she realizes that as we are in New Prussia, she probably should do that. All right, but Ixion's taking it a little bit hard, and after he, being very frustrated and potentially bringing in another world threat, he can't focus to manufacture the inoculations for the virus. So Hyperion asks Lightbringer to assist. Together, they manufacture the needed meds. Meanwhile, Pulsar inquires about the refugees and is concerned for the well-being of their families. The refugees are currently with the New Prussian immigration. Hyperion asks Pulsar to assist in transporting the excavation equipment that we have previously asked for to the vein. Red Arsenal, for some reason, he's just too darn happy. All right, he heads to the Cynet building for training to increase his psionic skills. So as we go through, Pulsar still has not heard from Midnight X, but once he goes home after transporting some of that equipment, once home he checks his mailbox, finding lots of junk mail. Evidently, he doesn't check his mail very often, and contemplates getting a subscription to Columbia House. 10 CDs for a penny it's really
Killer deal.
Killer
What a
deal.
deal.
So he meets his next door neighbor. Man's name is Ted Malton. He's an interesting fellow who seems a bit over the top friendly. This guy is just way too friendly. Ted invites him to the clubhouse, their local clubhouse, for games and to participate in the neighborhood watch. Pulsar accepts through his social awkwardness. Then he goes inside his home and he sees an envelope on his counter, assuming it's from Midnight X. Inside, there's clerical information about his parents, but nothing about Senia. There's info that they were U.S. citizens in the years of 1969, 1970. Their names were Silvio and Marisol Bautista. A classified paper from 1978, which was there about the special paranormal engagement and covert tactical enforcement regiment, aka Spectre, signed by a Naira Vale, lead agent of Spectre. He finds out and confirms that both of his parents were deviants. Pulsar contemplates delving deeper into the history of his parents. Meanwhile, Red Arsenal, as he goes to Cynet and asks about the assistants in psionic training, and gets lined out by an insectoid-looking fellow named Tarius. Ends up getting worked over by the lead, one of the leads, Dr. Clara Weissman. Hyperion attempts to create a new bow for Red Arsenal. He creates an equivalent bow, but it has a couple spots it has a spot for a available power module. All right. It is named the Ballistic Laser Accelerator and Synaptic Transduction Energy Resonator, the Blaster. So after all that, Hyperion interacts with Kalith, our good old tentacle-faced friend. Kalith reaches into Hyperion's mind and shows Hyperion different scenes around the galaxy, including recent star maps. After he gets done, snap. It feels as if Hyperion is a computer that is no longer connected to the internet. At that point in time, he realizes that he's not connected to the Ixis hive mind anymore, which he wasn't receiving messages, but he could just tell that he's been disconnected. And after that, Hyperion manifests as good old JQ, Johnny Quantum, right? He seems to have malfunctioned due to the data transfer of all of that information that Caliph basically instilled or downloaded, if you will, into his brain. Lightbringer at this point almost faints at that point due to one of her precognition spells. Johnny Quantum runs up and, oh, mama, saves her from falling down, and shortly after wigs out and then goes back to being Hyperion. Lightbringer, after calming down a little bit, shares her cognitive vision. It showed Electrum in captivity and in rags. The captors seemed to be Dexamites in a Dexamite city. Contemplate this, considering the Dexamites are supposed to have been extinct, with the exception of Electrum and now us in partial DNA. Oh, no. Hyperion finds out from Caliph that our interstellar base is still intact, so Hyperion preps his conduit to travel there. Upon arrival, we find out that Universe is still functioning. Yeah. We, as a team, discuss the potential operations of Quantum Unlimited moving into space, mining and transportation, and using that as a means to create a Space Force defense team, utilizing deviants here on Earth that are capable of, space survival, or, have the means necessary to be able to accommodate that. We discussed the recruitment possibilities for the new Space Force, and at that point, Dale got the role play vote.
We also learned that artificial intelligence can get butthurt.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah. Because Universe was acting kind of really somber.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay.
Yeah.
It took me
That's
a
what
second to
you
figure it
do,
out.
right?
You had to say your name. You had to say the name or something. I missed part of it, and I still don't
Gotcha.
understand it, but I'm okay.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of her mouth? Oh.
Don't nobody understand the words coming out of her mouth.
Oh, is this Chris Tucker, the new voice that we're going to download into Universe?
Yep.
Ooh.
My
Yeah.
man. Come on, my man.
You're gonna ask him something. He's gonna be like, yes.
Is
Okay.
it going to be like the Sixth Sense kind of Chris Rock character?
Chris Tucker?
Oh, Chris Tucker. Never mind.
Because Chris Rock wasn't in either one of them.
Who was the over-the-top black guy then
You-
in Sixth Sense?
Chris
You mean the Fifth Element?
and the Fifth Element.
Fifth Element.
She's
Because
like, it's a number and a word. I'm gonna
Yeah.
get there.
Well, because the crazy over-the-top character in The Sixth Sense is Bruce Willis.
Well, I know. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm going away.
All right, so as a brief recap, because there is a little bit of time lapse in between that into now. So with the idea in hand that, yes, it probably would be a good idea if there was a team specifically designed to take care of extraterrestrial threats. You guys started doing some research and making some calls. Naturally, one of your first calls, per the conversation you guys actually had, was to Meredith McCall. Assuming that maybe she had her ear to the ground or knew some things, as she's prone to do. And she has, actually, in the same vein that she had been looking to establish a replacement for Electrum, she had been going around trying to find heroes, this time only from around the world, quietly, and making a effectively a short list of international heroes that might be able to fill that void. And upon that conversation, you find out that she does have a list of names you guys can operate from. Obviously, one of the first things that comes up is funding for said team, as well as publicity and other things that were going to be needed, really to make this an effective team and give them some sort of a basis to build from, outside of being a new team needing to work together. And after making some other calls, and which, of course, this is up to you, Dale, if Hyperion wants to be a corporate sponsor. They reached out to the Taiguk Sentinels to find out how exactly they put together their team, and a show was formed. And she already has this list, obviously. So the individuals that are on that list are now going to be contestants. A select group of judges has been brought in to evaluate talent. The legacy being the primary one. Obviously, you guys hold potentially the most vote because you're a lot of people as opposed to the others that are there. Right. Also joining the group is Dr. Dynamo, Yankee Girl, Lady Superbia, and Meredith McCall herself. So when you guys show up, it's an actual studio. It's a larger one, and time and care has been taken to reinforce it just in case. But there will be a live studio audience, and it will be beaming out to millions on ABC. So without further ado, basically everybody is given a rough gist of what it is you're going to need to do. It's obviously not scripted in this sense, but you guys have some individual booths. Basically what they did is it looks a lot like American Idol or America's Got Talent, where they all have their own like individual booth. So the four of them have their own individual booth, and then you guys have a small like little peanut section that specifically says Legacy on the front. It's a booth design like the other ones, but it's bigger because you're 7 people as opposed to 4 individuals. So they are, they show you where the emergency exits are going to be out, where the superheroes will be coming out. All your job is to give an honest evaluation, ask honest questions, and help initially whittle the ranks down from 20, eventually down to the top 5. They will be done in waves as of this point. So it'll be, first wave goes to you eliminate 5. Second wave, after you through continued discussion, then it'll get whittled down to 10, and then finally the final 5. All right. 1 second. Oh, pulled up the wrong window again. Oh, he's not there. Yeah, I saw Matt in here at one point in time. Where did he go?
Yeah, he popped in for a little bit.
Yeah, he's bounced in and out a few times.
Okay, well then we'll just have to wait.
Pulsar's gonna lean into Hyperion and be like, "Is this a game show? What is happening?"
Oh, right. You have not been experienced to much of American television, have you?
No.
So this is a combination of what they call a game show and a reality television show. They would call it a reality television show because it seems to be more realistic and less scripted than a typical show. But There are actually still scripts. It's simply easier to make and looks more realistic. In this case, it's effectively acting like a talent show. They're going to be demonstrating what they're capable of, trying to accomplish various challenges, and trying to prove that they should be members of the new team that we're forming. So it's working as entertainment and a means of rapidly determining how we can form this new squad.
Okay, but doesn't it seem more likely that the people that will win will be the ones that are best on TV and not necessarily the best suited for the job?
Well, that's why we, as the legacy, also act as voters. I assume that most of us will be probably voting as a block. I'm not sure that many of us would disagree on who should actually continue forward in the deliberations for who should be on the team. But I, I do get what you mean.
And we're going to be on TV?
Oh, of course, they'll be panning to the judges and asking for our feedback when we're making our decisions. It's all a part of the show. It can be very dramatic.
Cool. The pulsar armor comes up over his face.
Mm.
Yeah, no offense, but I don't need my new neighbors seeing me on TV judging a talent show.
That's fair. But
Do people find this fun?
oh yes, that's why we were even able to get funding for the show. There's different types of talent shows, but well, it's all for entertainment. It's all for drama, and we'll see what happens.
Hopefully I don't know. It seems weird to have a event like this to choose the people that are going to be defending the world from space threats. But no, I'll just hover over here.
It's like I'll be in my bunk.
I do see what you mean. At the same time, keep in mind the world would be better off knowing who's protecting them, and this could be a perfect way of actually demonstrating that immediately to a worldwide audience.
I mean, I mean, I guess so. I guess the superhero thing still doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but I kind of I kind of get it.
It takes time. I know you haven't been a part of society proper for most of your life, and it does take getting used to. And I think you will. Just enjoy yourself today.
I'll try.
1 second, I forgot. I forgot there's another character that, and I didn't get her rendered, which was dumb. But one other character that's joining. But while you guys are talking, just before the as you guys are kind of discussing, there are people are starting to come into the studio audience, and they're getting all the show like up and ready. Meredith McCall comes over because she overheard Pulsar's comments and Lightbringer's head shake, and she says, "All right, well, this wasn't exactly how I had envisioned this, but given the fact that a team like this is going to require a lot of financial backing, this is probably the quickest means to show potential corporate sponsors or private investors what everybody can do."
Okay.
Excellent.
Like I said, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like these people are going to be the ones who are keep potentially risking their lives to save everybody. It seems like everybody should kind of pitch in, but if that's not the way things work, sure.
Unfortunately, it's not. We're not a one world government. unless that's what you're advocating. And if it is, for God's sakes, don't say it on live TV.
No, it's I just I don't know. There's a lot of money in this, but I don't know. It seems like it's I'm new here.
She said, so at that point, she, walks off and she says, well, most of all, you're going to want to smile and just enjoy yourself, give some honest commentary. And hopefully we'll find the right picks.
Oh, I think this is going to be absolutely awesome.
Yeah. Pulsar is glad that there's no mouth on his headpiece.
Quick question. On
What?
character. This is in New Prussia, right?
Negative. It's in the United States.
It's in the United States. Okay.
Would have
They
been higher
provide us
tech.
with bow ties.
It would have been higher tech if it was in New Prussia.
Okay.
Okay, one more second. Yeah, unfortunately, Matt is still having some signal issues, I can tell from my side. Let's see if we can get this to work. Okay, so fast forward, obviously, to where the show is beginning. They've got some intro music playing. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to have an image for her for this point, but Gunmetal Silk from the Taiguk Sentinels is here as well. I'm not going to go through all that. I have an image, sort of, but I can't find it right now, so I'm not going to bother. So they've got obviously the intro music that kicks on. You guys briefly meet the host of the show, Devin Kale. And they are, they kind of give you a gist of what's about to happen. And then at that point, it's all freeform. They're going to introduce the superheroes. You can ask some questions of them if you like, or what their power, about powers or whatever. And then they're going to move on to the next one. Unfortunately, for the opening, they don't have a whole lot of time for a bunch of questions. So it's not something you don't look at this like as if you have to deliberate immediately. Get what you can. Maybe make a mental note or something, i.e. your own notes. And decide if you think that is somebody who should go on to round 2. All right. So at the very beginning, the camera ends up diving through a sweeping aerial shot of Skyline Studios, the gleaming arena wrapped in neon blues and radiant golds. Thousands of fans crowd outside, cheering, waving hand-drawn hero signs, and wearing everything from homemade capes to pro-grade cosplay armor. A booming musical score, equal parts heroic brass and thunderous drums, rises to a crescendo. Inside, the massive stage lights ignite like sunrise. Twin holographic screens sweep across the auditorium, projecting constellations, star fields, and silhouettes of heroic heroes past. An electric voiceover declares, "This is Hero Nation!" And the audience erupts, spotlights crisscross back and forth, kind of getting the crowd hype. The packed stadium as the house band slams a triumphant riff. From behind the shimmering curtain steps the host, Devin Kale, award-winning actor, beloved action comedy star, suit glittering faintly like stardust. He flashes a movie poster smile, and the crowd roars. That's when he lifts the microphone, soaking in the energy. Good evening, Earth, and welcome to the most ambitious talent competition in human history. Tonight, powered by billions watching from around the world, and a brand new chapter in heroism begins. He strides forward as the screens behind him shift into slow motion montages of global disasters, alien armadas, storms tearing across the continents, meteors skimming the atmosphere. Threats from beyond our skies are growing every year, and humanity has risen to meet them, not with fear, but with courage, brilliance, and the gifted individuals ready to stand between our world and the darkness. And the lights begin to dim, and a single spotlight focuses on him. And now, for the first time ever, you get to watch the next generation rise. This is the Ascendancy Initiative, a team built to protect Earth from whatever may come hurling at us from the void. And of course, the audience, screaming and really getting into it. Selected from thousands of hopefuls around the world, our candidates will face trials of power, heart, teamwork, and sheer will. But first, they'll have to impress an extraordinary panel of judges. Trust me, this lineup alone could defend a continent. And the lights burst outward into multicolored star showers, just, and then kind of focus back down now on the judges. Devin turns dramatically towards the judges, his hand kind of extending, a sweeping, elevated crescent of polished steel and glowing circuitry. One by one, massive holographic sigils flare behind each seat as Devin announces them. Representing the legacy, the children of Electrum, heroes who have defended the world time and time again. Camera cuts quickly through the crowd and action flashes. You can occasionally see some of your merch out in the background, a lunchbox, water blasting pulsar, that sort of thing. Holds out his arms, all sports for it.
It's not the Pulsar cigar lighter.
The Xenofreeze ice machine.
It's just a big bucket with his mouth wide open, and then eventually, like, the machine kicks out some cubes.
Yeah.
Through the mouth. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, not through the mouth, into the mouth. It's like he's gobbling them up.
I was hoping it'd be like, just coughing them up.
No, that didn't test well with the test audiences because it made it look like he was throwing up ice.
Yeah.
I think that's the panel we need to be judging.
Yeah. Okay. So he says it shines over to Lightbringer, and it says, radiant and composed, a gentle smile haloed in ultraviolet glow. Red Arsenal, calm, analytic, bow over shoulder, mind already calculating. Hyperion, towering in the immaculate legacy armor, eyes shining with quantum brilliance. Shone, frost-kissed and divined, present as sharp as winter air. Xenofreeze, the sleek liquid metal guardian from beyond our world. Pulsar, blazing with solar fire and impossible strength.
Did people know this stuff about us?
They do now.
You understand, once you
they
get
do.
to a certain
Daddy
level,
issues were
once you guys get to
out
a
of the
certain level of
bag.
popularity, it's hard to, stop some of that information.
Right.
I don't remember the daddy issues thing coming out of the bag.
Or us being the children of Electrum.
So nobody said
Yeah.
anything about daddy issues, but they did say children of Electrum, which
Yeah.
has become public knowledge.
I don't remember a big public to do about it.
Can I finish?
Okay.
Thank you. And then Heat Phantom, the shadow swift specter of the Baltics, visor glowing like embers. They specifically give it a Cylon effect. And then he pans over and he says, from the Haven Institute, educator, mentor, and beloved voice of compassion, Meredith McCall. The audience starts cheering. A living legend from the Second World War, a Sentinel Liberty, the incomparable Yankee Girl. And the arena practically starts to shake from applause. Leader of the world's premier superhero team, the Justice Legion. Make some noise for Lady Superbia. And she gives a dignified wave. From the Southwest All-Stars, innovator, genius, and human thunderbolt, Dr. Dynamo. House band hits a synthesized rocket launch chord as he nods confidently to the camera. Almost expect the final countdown to start. And finally, the visionary who helped bring this entire show to life, the leader of South Korea's Taeguk Sentinels, Gunmetal Silk. She rises with a graceful bow, and the crowd going ecstatic as her reputation as a global media darling precedes her. So, at that point, he turns back to the crowd and he says, heroes, icons, legends. Each of them here tonight to help choose the next defenders of Earth. Then he takes in a deep breath, electrifying the room again. Now, let's begin. Citizens of the world, judges, and viewers at home, our first contestant is stepping into the spotlight. A hush falls amongst the crowd. The stage lights dim to a glowing silhouette from the backstage. Please welcome Radiance. Music begins to swell. The audience surges to their feet to get a look at the person who's coming in. As the arena lights dim to a deep cosmic violet, a single note, soft and shimmering, hangs in the air as the stage floor ripples with projected sunlight, I should say, like dawn rising underfoot. A slow golden glow swells at center stage, and the audience quiets, instinctively shielding their eyes as a human silhouette steps forward, outlined in pure white gold radiance. Devin Cale's voice cuts through the hush. Ladies and gentlemen, our first contender tonight comes from a place where science meets the stars. A hero forged in the fire of a solar storm, who turned catastrophe into compassion and light into life. She is known across South Asia as for bringing hope to the hopeless, decontaminating disaster zones, reigniting hospitals, and illuminating the darkest corners of the world. The crowd reacts in awe as a holographic screen flashes images of glowing silhouettes streaking all over the blackout-ridden cities. With mastery of light, radiation, and the healing power of the sun itself, Earth, please welcome Radiance. As the orchestra erupts in a thunderous, luminous swell, strings and choral voices rise as Radiance lifts one hand, releasing a gentle cascade of glittering photon motes over the audience. The crowd roars, bathed in soft, gold-tinted light. She steps fully into view as her aura dims to a warm, steady glow, exactly the level the cameras can handle, her expression serene, confident, and ready. And at that point, Devin turns it over to the judges.
So Hyperion's going to be like, Radiance, it's good to meet you. Tell me, what is the main reason why you are here?
Keep in mind, none of their secret identities have been disclosed, so they're just going by their code names.
Got
it. But from her voice, you can tell she's probably Indian. And she explains that she just wishes to help the world as best as possible. And ever since the accident she had when she recovered, she noticed that she had these special abilities and could start doing things that no other individual could do.
He looks around to his team to see if anybody else is going to say anything.
Are we allowed to ask her what kind of
Radiance.
power she has?
Your healing power. Is this a healing power that is used on yourself, or can you use it on others?
And so she nods politely to Xenofreeze. And she says, no, it is a healing aura that I can project.
So there is not any particular recipient. Is it only for sentient beings, or is it just a healing aura unto itself? Could I bring a dying plant nearby you?
I would imagine a dying plant would be able to take on the photonic stimulation.
Interesting.
And what other kind of powers do you possess?
She says, I have the ability to generate light and radiation. Obviously, the aforementioned healing photonic stimulation. I can propel myself through the air using ion thrust propulsion via directed light pressure at subsonic speeds, and my aura provides me protection as it absorbs radiation, kinetic heat, and granting environmental protection.
Thank you. Just gonna lean over. I like her.
Does that environmental protection extend to the vacuum of space? Have you had much time in space?
She says, no, my time and space has been limited, but I am an astrophysicist. So in theory, all of it should.
All right.
I'm going to ask her a difficult physics question, but since Brittany doesn't know any physics questions, I'm going to just hand wave that.
Insert physics question here.
She's like,
Exactly.
E equals MC.
So I'll probably it would be something like in a recent
survey.
In a recent study, it was projected that such and such and such. What are your thoughts about that
Okay.
idea? Yeah. Just to see like how on the level she is.
Okay, well, since you're leaving it up to a roll, I'll leave it up to a roll.
Okay.
My thoughts are blah.
Oops. Even I
Do you
messed
want me
it
to
up.
roll for something too?
No.
Oh.
I got it. I just did it wrong.
I should probably open Discord though.
Do you have a character sheet?
That'd be good.
I do.
So, with a yellow feat, she not only answers your question, but also gives you alternate opinions.
Nice.
Condensed, obviously. She's trying to not take up as much time.
2 thumbs for me.
But the most difficult question, I think, is, Miss, do you feel that you could be separated from your friends, family, loved ones for extended lengths of time and continue to operate as a hero and not become subject to depression and despair?
Do we get some kind of a demonstration? Or is that for a later part of the show?
That's going to be for like the next stage when you guys decide
Okay.
to, when they start
That's for
ratcheting
round
up.
2.
Yeah, when they start ratcheting up the trials. She says that's a great question and something that I have, I have prayed about as much as I can. And I believe that by my stepping forward, my family understands that this is something that I need to do, and I do so with their support.
Any other judges want to weigh in, or?
No, they're making their notes right now.
Okay.
They're making their notes right now. but I'm not going to go through every question that they might have, but they have some other, of their own questions on occasion. Dr. Dynamo obviously sees something in her, much like Lightbringer did, because she indicated she was an astrophysicist. So he gives her a question which she's able to answer as well. And at that point, since nobody else has anything, they turn around. At that point, Devin comes in and he says, and once again, that is Radiance. Give her a round of applause, everyone. And they're like clapping. She lightly hovers out with the radiant around her and goes off the stage. So the arena goes completely dark again. Oh shoot! Doggone it! Hold on 1 second.
Frassen.
Yup. I forgot. I went through all this dang trouble. And
Get into some real serious questions like, what would you do if you walked in and one of your teammates was all of a sudden a puddle?
no, I have images for everybody. So.
Oh, okay.
So there's.
I would pour some Kool-Aid in.
All right.
Ugh.
Turn it around a little.
Scoop him up and put him in a bucket.
Or maybe a packet of Jello.
So that is Radiance right there in the first picture. And if you watch the Discord chat, I'll have images for all of them. So the second individual comes out. Ouch. But I can close that down. The show. Oh, it's not what I wanted, is it? No. Oh, doggone it. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Let me copy this down first. I may need it. Yeah, I'll forget that. I'm not going to keep copying it because it's not going to slow everything down. The screening
process before the TV errors is like, and what is your power? I'm the Vominator. Oh, next.
So the arena goes completely dark. A low rumble rolls through the studio soft at first, then deep enough to vibrate the seats. Stage lights flicker like distant lightning behind storm clouds. A sweeping gust of cold air spills across the audience, raising goosebumps and sending papers fluttering. Thunder cracks overhead. A single beam of pale blue light snaps on, illuminating swirling mist at center stage. Devin Cale strides forward with practiced swagger of a man who knows exactly how much tension he's building. From the edge of the storm to the edge of human potential, our next contender carries the sky in his blood. A faint electric hum rises like a transformer charging. He's braved combat zones, hurricane rescues, and more near-death experiences than most pilots could survive. When lightning tried to take him, he took it back. A silhouette descends slowly through the mist, suspended on an updraft that seems to lift him without effort. Sparks dance lightly across his shoulders. With the command of wind, pressure, and raw electrical fury, a man who can still the storm or unleash it. And then a giant thunder boom hits. The silhouette lands, boots striking the floor with a crackle of a blue-white static. Earth, prepare yourself for Tempest.
That was wind pressure and electrical powers, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Tempest, that was quite an entrance. Could you explain what powers you have and what you can do with them?
So he speaks with a British accent. And he indicates that he has he commands the weather as well as lightning itself. He is able to obviously propel himself with the winds for flight. in addition to the weather control, he has specific capabilities of air pressure manipulation, and he also has environmental resistance. So he has noticed that he has an immunity. He has some immunity to cold, wind shears, and low oxygen altitudes. And when he speaks, he does so with kind of a blunt military efficiency. Like, he's speaking to a commanding officer, and this is what they want to know, like what his skill set is.
Do your powers require the presence of the energy to be manipulated, or do they create it?
He says, I do have the capability. Most of it does rely on atmosphere, aside from the ability to generate lightning.
So, with that being said, Tempest, as someone who would depend on the environment or the atmosphere, interstellar space does not have an atmosphere. It is a vacuum. How would your powers be able to be manipulated if you say, with the exception of your electrical manifestations, in space?
He says that's a good question, but from my understanding, sir, most of these conflicts are not going to be taking place in the vacuum of space.
Some of them could, though.
That is true, but if that is a disqualifier, then I would argue that over half of the registrants here for the contest would probably be disqualified.
Is understood. It is just a question to see what the ramifications would be of your presence if you were to find yourself in the vacuum of space.
Of course, I understand.
It is quite, no pun intended, astronomical, your powers. Quite interesting.
Thank you, sir.
It would be intriguing to see a collaboration between a couple of us within the legacy and you working together with, namely, Sean and myself.
I would enjoy that very much. I might also add that I am a skilled pilot.
Wonderful.
And while I cannot give the full details of my identity away, I did serve in Her Majesty's service.
Excellent.
So I have extensive military training as well. Looking around, of course, some of the other individuals, they have some small questions for him just to try to feel him out. Meredith ends up asking ahead of time if she can see a quick demonstration of his lightning generation, since it seems that's what a lot of his bases here, since there's raised objections to the vacuum of space, they want to see like where that possibly ranks. And so she brings out one of those, it's not a collider, but it's like if you ever pass by the like power substations, you see those things, and they've got like the two kind of round antenna coming off of it and whatnot. It's a part of the substation. I just forget the technical name of it. But cool side story, I'll be real quick. There was a guy who used to do he would go from church to church and do science stories and demonstrate how electricity works, and he would stand on one of those and be perfectly fine while it ignited.
Are you talking maybe like a Tesla coil?
Possibly, yeah. And he'd have like a board with him, and he'd let it hit and light it on fire on it, which is really cool. Anyways, Essentially, it's one of those. And so he looks to it real quick and then motions with his electricity. And of course, the whole audience like, whoa, sort of thing. And it, it powers it up completely, just, for a moment until he lets go. And she says, thank you, Tempest. Were there any other questions?
I have a quick question for Tempest. You mentioned your piloting skills. Is that would that expertise extend into like space vehicles as well?
Yes, it would.
It would. Okay.
I was also formerly a test pilot.
Okay. Yeah, good to know.
Okay, so at that point, they, excuse him, and the audience goes nuts, and he's politely waving.
He's doing the Queen wave.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so our next contestant, moving right along. Got too many windows. Okay. I didn't copy that down. There we go. Okay, and get this pulled back up. Oops. No, it's not what I wanted. Here we go. All right. And now on to Seraphine. Okay, so the lights dim again to a warm candlelit amber. The thunder and lightning effects from Tempest's entrance fade into a soft hush, like a chapel setting after a hymn. A single chime echoes, gentle, crystalline, followed by a slow rising choir note that seems to bloom out of nowhere. The huge screens behind the stage shift into stained glass patterns, luminous with shifting golds and soft whites. The breeze stirs across the audience, calm, clean, almost comforting. Devin Cale steps forward once again, his tone softer, reverent, as though he instinctively recognizes the gravity of his next introduction. Our contender's journey did not begin in a lab or a battlefield, but in the quiet corners of the world where compassion is needed the most. A dim figure appears behind the curtain, illuminated not by the stage lights, but by a warm glow building from within. She has shielded the helpless from fire, lifted the wounded from the rubble of disaster, and stood between entire villages and the cruelty of fate. The glow brightens, forming a faint outline of wings, radiant, feathery arcs of shimmering light, and the crowd kind of stirs in awe. Chosen by a power neither mortal nor alien, a woman whose faith forged her into the beacon of healing, hope, and holy fire. A soft burst of white radiance flares outward as she steps fully into view, her eyes glowing warm gold, the luminescent tracery across her shoulders visible as celestial patterns. Earth, rise to your feet for Seraphine. The choir swells in triumphant yet gentle crescendo. Seraphine lifts her hand, not in showmanship, but in blessing, and the arena is filled with a serene, weightless warmth. The cameras capture the way her wings dissolve into motes of white light that drift upward like ascending embers. The audience is silent for a heartbeat, and then erupts into applause.
What were her powers again?
I think divine healing and divine fire.
Nice.
Actually about to ask that. So then, Hyperion's like, Seraphine, good to have you here. That was quite an entrance, but we would need, of course, something more than just for show. Could you explain to us what your power set is?
Uh, so when she speaks with a Spanish accent. Uh,
Orale. Oh, sorry.
she says, I have what some may call thurgic channeling.
Can you explain what that means and what it does?
It is invoking the powers of celestial energies, of the angels and God himself.
What exactly can you do with these celestial energies?
Uh, she indicates that she obviously has the ability to protect herself through an illumination aura. She can generate protective halos that can protect her as well as others around her, potentially up to 3 other people at any given time. She obviously notes the the angelic wings that form when she is actively using her her abilities. Her healing touch helps restore biological functions and the acceleration of healings of others. And then obviously most overall is her celestial energy projection.
Seraphine, I have a question for you. Um, uh, it I guess my question is based on what you've told us about your abilities, it sounds like you have made a name for yourself, or you've made yourself known as like a channeler for good. Um, if that is the case, I'm curious why you would want to leave, or why would you would want to base yourself in partially in space when surely there's people on the surface of the planet that could benefit from your skills and your power.
And she nods. It is a fair question, but I go where God wills.
And God has willed for you to join up, or to join up with this team.
Precisely.
Okay.
Have you ever used your healing abilities on a non-human?
She says, I have not, but since the revelation that there is life outside of our planet, I look forward to the opportunity.
Seraphine, this is quite interesting. Your celestial energy, I'm assuming, and I look at this scientifically, I do not mean to degrade your faith or your the source of your powers by any means. I do understand the belief and presence of omnipotent beings. I have a hard time understanding in some aspects, and it intrigues me. But your celestial energy, I'm assuming, is a positive force. For those who have negative energy, uh, though there are not many, if there are not many with your power set or source by any means, I would assume that they would be quite the contrary and potentially cancel one another out. Have you experienced this at all with, dare I say, enemies or people you have come up against in any way, shape, or form, whether large scale or not?
She says, I have. It tends to make the demons of the void wary. And I have noticed an adverse effect on those who generate powers from the negative realms.
How would you feel?
I believe some call that dark force.
Yes. Now, how would you feel in the event that if there were a good person that had negative based powers, using them not for ill-gotten gains or means, would the presence of your celestial energy source be too much of a contrary to work hand in hand with someone of that ilk?
It depends on what's on their heart. I judge by the individual, not what they wield.
Wonderful.
Ooh, I didn't mean to do that.
Sorry, I had to walk away for a moment. So she's more of a celestial being.
Yeah, she seems to channel like angel and celestial energy.
Okay.
Yeah, she has a
And have
healing touch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dr. Dynamo leans across and whispers. He says, I believe others qualify that as magic. Although I doubt she would qualify it as such.
Right.
AKA out of character, because there's not a deity based power. It falls under the realm of magic.
Yeah.
Well, what's that line from Thor? Any like science suitably advanced will appear to be magic.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions?
Did she state what realm she was from?
No.
Okay. Not sure if I want to.
She had a Spanish accent.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that she's.
Yeah. But for what it's worth, yeah.
I mean, mine has a Middle Eastern accent, but.
Does
not
she?
really.
Does she have any? Oh, we have a picture. She doesn't have any like religious iconography.
Like
She
a
does.
cross or
Crosses or anything.
She does.
star or anything. Oh, she does?
She wears a cross that actually has Jesus on it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so she's Catholic. I figured, but she's most likely Catholic.
You're cute. Yes, as Catholics like our crosses.
Okay, so at that point, then Devin Kale asked everybody to give another round of applause for Seraphine, and as she, politely bows and makes her way out. The next individual coming up, give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, so all right, and let me get that picture put in here.
I keep on almost expecting seeing a picture from, or a newer version of a picture from the past.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, the stage lights drop again, this time into a deep earthen darkness. A slow heartbeat-like rumble pulses beneath the arena floor. The audience goes quiet, unsure of what exactly is coming. A single spotlight sweeps across the rafters, then down across the crowd, then finally stops at the center of the stage. The ground trembles once, then twice. A thunderous boom shakes the stage, and then another steady, rhythmic, like colossal footsteps approaching from somewhere unseen. The section of the stage section of the stage floor opens, releasing a column of cool mist as the towering shadow rises into view. Devin Cale steps forward, gesturing widely, playing into the anticipation. Some say strength is born, others say it is engineered, but our next contender was remade by the very forces that shape planets. A faint glow appears beneath the rising silhouette, fractured lines of golden luminescence tracing along the figure's skin like molten stone cracking open. He is a veteran of the French Foreign Legion, a quiet guardian of the Mediterranean coast, and a man who's traded anonymity for the chance to lift the world, sometimes quite literally. As the silhouette keeps rising, now well over 10 feet tall, as he steps fully onto the stage, with each movement the floor vibrates subtly, intentionally, and controlled. Gifted, or cursed, depending upon who's asking, with the power to control his size and density, he can stand among giants or be the giant. A surge of light pulses through the luminescent lines across his arms and neck as he reaches full height, towering, yet calm and steady, before shrinking smoothly back down to a human scale with a soft cascading hum of gravimetric energy. Studio audience, Ascendancy judges, say hello to the mountain who walks as a man, Goliath Prime!
Goliath Prime. Quite an impressive stature you have, and the fact that you can manipulate that at will is also intriguing. Do you know what maximum overall size or height you can reach and stay stable at?
He nods and replies in a French accent. He says, I have tested my height to 25 feet.
And with that, do you happen to know the maximum weight amount you've been able to lift at your maximum power?
He says, unfortunately, there are a few scales that I have found that will allow me to test my maximum, but I have been told it is somewhere within the range of 70 to 75 tons.
Very impressive.
Goliath Prime. I have a question about the nature of your of your powers. Is this something that is this like a technology based ability, your ability to grow in size, or is this something that is yours? Would you be able to call on this even if you were not in in an emergency and you did not have access to a suit?
He says, no, this is a permanent change.
Okay, that is good to know.
Goliath Prime, do you have your obviously you can modify your density and your size, and do you maintain your strength at the smaller size like as you are now?
I'm sorry, repeat your question?
Just kind of recapped it, and I said, do you retain your full strength at the size you are now?
No, he says that I am still superhumanly strong, but it increases with my height.
They mentioned gravimetric energy. Is this something that you have an external control of, or are all of your powers personally modifying? I mean, not to discount by any means. Having a good solid fist in a fight is always a good thing in most cases. Just curious to see if there are external
Yeah, he says
abilities that you may have.
he says no. The device that I was helping to work on when its live trial failed, I was bathed in raw, what they say, raw gravimetric flux, and this is what it gave to me. So he says I may grow to giant sizes, and my strength grows accordingly. He says I have invulnerabilities due to that now as well. He says my tissue absorbs impact and kinetic energy and can shrug off conventional firearms. But I also have the ability of a ground shock. So if I jump and land on the ground or stomp, I can create localized shock waves for what others have explained, and what I use it for is crowd control.
Interesting. Do you have the ability to go smaller?
He says, I believe I can, but I have not tested that.
Interesting. How long have you had your powers?
Since 91. And for reference, it's 95 right now.
So relatively still new in your powers and quite perhaps still developing.
Possibly, yes.
Interesting.
Do any of your powers or the way that you manipulate them provide any kind of propulsion?
I can jump really high, but that is the extent of propulsion. He looks, he kind of motions back to the other. He motions back to the other contestants. He's like, if you are asking if I can fly, no, I cannot.
So if you are in some kind of zero G environment, no thing which would need some.
Yeah, I couldn't. I heard you make a comment about zero G, and that was about it. You were breaking up extremely bad.
Dag nabbit.
You may need to restart your router if that's the case, or modem, whatever it is you're connecting to.
Oh, I have another question while we wait. Goliath Prime, so you can size up, you can size down. Do you require, like, do the things that you're wearing size up with you? I know your costume does, but would you require for space operations? Would you require a suit that would also grow with you, or would it automatically do that by nature of your powers?
He says that may be wise to get a suit.
To get a suit that it will expand with you.
Correct. But
okay.
In my experience, what I wear comes with me.
Okay. That is that is good to know. Thank you.
And this solicits a chuckle from the audience. He says, I did encounter somebody at one point that did not allow me to do that. And I believe somebody sold my 25-foot tall pair of jeans. I think they made quite a bit of money.
Oh.
He needs some purple pants that are moss stretchy.
Right, yeah.
I know a guy who wants some of those.
I told you that in confidence.
I can't tell you anything.
I didn't name any names, Pulsar.
All right.
So I'm not sure what his
Oh.
question was. Let's see if he's able to come back. I don't know if that was a reset or not.
Testing, testing.
We can see and hear you. Connection's
So
still
the
not great,
question-
but we
the
see and hear you.
question that I had asked was if you were to be in a zero-G environment with no structure around, you have no means of propulsion of your own. You need artificial assistance.
He shrugs and says, if everything is taking place in space, then yes. So everybody, they look around for a second. Doesn't look like there's any other questions. And at that point, he says, everybody give it up for Goliath Prime. And he, and if somebody out there has his pants, please turn them over to the nearest available vendor. No questions. We won't look at 20-foot tall pants, cross-eyed to anybody. So it's all good, everyone. So he walks off and gives a wave and
Yay.
okay. So the next individual, let me get them pulled up here for you.
Swole McSwollerton.
No, that was Goliath Prime.
Yeah.
I had to check. I was like, wait, is he stronger than me? And then I checked. I was like, oh no, Teehee.
He just looks stronger than you.
Yeah.
All right. So the next individual coming up. So Devin Kale. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay, here we go. So the arena lights fade once again to a tranquil darkness, not dramatic, not ominous, but peaceful. A single bell chimes softly through the speakers, once, twice, then 3 times. The audience instinctively quiets. A cool breeze rolls across the stage, scattering faint motes of light like drifting incense embers. A circular projection appears on the floor, an ink brush Enso slowly forms stroke by stroke. Devin Kale steps into the glow, lowering his voice to match the atmosphere. Our next contender is proof that power doesn't always arrive with thunder or fire. Sometimes it comes with silence. And a soft hum resonates across the arena, not mechanical, not musical, but almost psychic. He is a scholar of the mind, a practitioner of ancient disciplines, and one of the first modern deviants to awaken through pure enlightenment. A silhouette appears behind a translucent shoji screen panel that rises gently from the floor. The figure stands perfectly still, hands folded, posture immaculate. With a mind sharper than steel, a spirit calm as water, and abilities forged through meditation rather than mutation. The shoji screen dissolves into drifting particles of white light. Standing at the center stage is Kensho, eyes steady, expression serene, a man unmoved by the roar of the stadium. A gentle telekinetic pulse sweeps outward. The floating light motes swirl in response, orbiting around him like drifting petals. Ladies and gentlemen, the mind that listens to the universe itself, Kensho. The audience applauds, but softer, almost reverently. Kensho bows with graceful precision, then straightens, lifting one hand. A nearby stage lantern rises into the air, weightless, effortless, held aloft by invisible force. He sets it gently on the stage railing without even touching it. For a moment, the entire studio feels still, centered and balanced. Music swells. The show moves forward, and its calm eye in the storm now standing amongst the contestants.
Dale, you're muted.
Thank you. That was an interesting demonstration, Kensho. Your telekinetic capabilities. What all do they allow you to do beyond simply moving objects at range? And do you know what their extent is?
So when he speaks, he has an Asian accent. If you're good enough, you might be able to pick up, what region specifically. He nods. He says, "I do have fine manipulation and short range levitation. I can, with my mind, I can lift up to 1,000 pounds."
Kensho, for your abilities, it meant at least in the presentation it mentioned that you were a psychic. Can you speak to others like with your mind? Do you have like that kind of psychic power, or is it moving things?
He says, no, it is close. He says, through my meditation and enlightenment, I have gained telepathic sensitivity. So it qualifies as empathic reading on surface emotions, but I can also calm violent minds.
Okay. Have you had experience with that against non-human minds? Would your have you had an opportunity to try this out against something that is not human?
I'm not sure if you would qualify a ghost as unhuman, but I was able to
either.
quell it.
Because I imagine that many of the threats that you might face up like on these missions would be not necessarily human. I just wanted to see if you had experience with that.
He says, I, like many others here, have not.
Okay. Right,
he says, my meditation also grants me precognition of imminent danger or strong emotional intent. And I also have a danger sense of sorts.
Ooh. It's very interesting.
So your meditation, in order to use your abilities, how long does it usually take for them to like fire up?
It is instantaneous.
Oh.
I do not require meditation to activate them. Meditation is how I gained them.
How many have you are you able to quell at a time? Can you do multiple individuals?
I can attempt to, yes. If they are within the realm of a room, such as an angry bar, perhaps?
Like a geographic limitation, like an area.
Potentially a room. It depends upon how far they are spread out.
Interesting. Okay.
Kensho,
How long does it last? As long as you keep it active?
I would imagine until they got angry again.
Okay, interesting.
Kensho, you, dare I say, just were a normal human prior to your self awareness and your meditation in essentially expanding your brain's capabilities. It is
Correct.
well known that the standard human uses a significantly small percentage of their brain. And if they were to have full capacity of their brain, many things would be possible, including some of the things that you are evidently capable of doing. Potentially, how how do you see yourself advancing in the future? How much more do you think you have the potential to do?
He says, I did not ask for these powers. They merely came to me through an heightened state of enlightenment. So I continue to pursue.
Again, do you foresee with this enlightenment the progression that you have made? Do you foresee it's always possible to advance, but do you foresee with your dedication significant advancement?
Those are not questions that I ask. I simply explore and accept what is given.
Understood.
Where do your powers come from then, if they are given? What is the source?
They come from my enlightenment.
Okay. Are they externally given, or is this enlightenment to develop your internal abilities?
I don't know if you missed it, but in the intro, they specifically said that he basically unlocked the power in himself. So it's not an external source that has given it.
Right. He was just using the words "given," so that's where he uses.
Right. It's just through his meditation. He is not expectant upon anything, which is what he's trying to relay. You guys are basically kind of circling around the same question. He's not expecting to get anything out of this. He got quite a bit, so he's going to continue that path.
You have the ability to influence mood, to calm a angry crowd or angry individual. In your experimentation, do you feel that you could do the opposite if the need arised to instill anger, panic, compassion? Would those be possibilities?
So you ask if I have a full range of emotional manipulation. I do not. I seek only to quell the anger and make peace where I can. Not to force false compassion or love. That is beyond what I'm seeking for enlightenment.
Duly noted.
With that said, Kensho, how much combat experience have you had?
He relays that he is here we are. He has had extensive training in Aikido, Kenjutsu, and he has in his motions. It's a kind of a graceful precision. So he has martial arts training.
And have you ever had the opportunity to fight within a team, or has it been just yourself?
He has had limited experience. Pretty much, and I forgot to mention this. Pretty much everybody here are solo people. They don't have they haven't had team experience. But he did indicate that he had worked with a team before through the Japanese Ministry of Science.
Can I ask what scientific specialties you claim?
He says merely my psychic enlightenment.
Okay. Here,
So
here I
psychic.
was expecting him to say all of them.
Yes.
I
Wow.
know everything.
Right.
Essentially, he's kind of become an expert on psychic phenomena. So it in American terms, it's the unofficial parapsychology.
Subvocally in our comms, I say to Hyperion, it would be quite interesting to read his brainwaves.
The fact that he apparently stimulated this mutation in psychic power himself is actually impressive.
Quite so.
Doesn't look like there's anybody else. Obviously, nobody can hear your subvocal comments.
Right.
Right.
So at that point, he waves him off and he says, "Everybody, give another round of applause for Kensho." And they start, applauding. They drop the Japanese flag in the background temporarily, as he's exiting. The arena lights stutter once and twice, then explode into rapid-fire cascades of flashes, like a bank of cameras flashing in sync. Girls on film. Girls on film.
Johnny Cage.
Yeah. A rising whine fills the air, starting low, then climbing higher, faster, until it vibrates the seats. Wind whips across the audience in a sudden burst. Programs fly, drinks rattle, someone shrieks and laughs at the same time. Devin Cale steps into the cyclone with one hand holding his blazer in place, grinning like he's been waiting for this for all night so far. And he says, "Hold on to your seat, folks. The next contender doesn't enter the stage so much as she breaks the speed limit getting here." A streak of red and silver arcs cross the upper catwalk so fast that the cameras struggle to track it, and the crowd roars. She was once an Olympic hopeful, a physics prodigy, and a woman who lived life in the fast lane. Literally. The lights trace the motion blur, racing around the circumference of the stage, circling it once, twice, 3 times in the span of a heartbeat. But after a lab accident that should have ended her story, she found herself infused with the very essence of motion itself. A booming hits like a sonic ripple. The streak suddenly halts at the center stage, revealing a sharp snap of wind, a ponytail whipping behind her, and a confident smirk. And then the host says she phases through walls, outruns sound, bends momentum, and brings enough energy to power this entire studio. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself for the living blur, Slipstream. The audience erupts as Slipstream lifts a hand in a playful salute. She casually taps her foot once, and then the motion sends a soft ripple snapping through the stage lighting like a pulsing heartbeat. With a wink towards the nearest cameraman, she vanishes in a blur, reappearing a second later, perched casually on the judge's dais, the dais railing before blinking back to center stage with effortless grace. And the crowd eats it up.
When right after he does that, Hyperion gets up a little bit and he turns and faces Heat Phantom and goes, "I'm expecting you to ask her at least a couple of questions." And he sits back down.
Okay.
I expect Heat Phantom to be kind of fanning himself, going, whoo, hot stuff.
You want a race?
That was very impressive. Can I
Actually,
ask
if you're
your
if you're
top
comparing
speed?
them, Key Phantom is substantially slower than she is. So
Okay, so and of course the others are tuning in to kind of to hear that. She says, "Well, I generally don't give that out because I don't want to give my villains, a head start. But I guess it's okay. None of them can catch me, anyways. The fastest I've gone on land is Mach 2.
Wow. Okay. And is speed your only ability?
She says, heck no, sister. I've got more. I'm not just fast in a smile." And then she starts to vibrate, like you start to see her vibrate simultaneously, and it's clear that she's like out of shift as a program that she kicked up when she first came in here, like passes right through her, and then
Powered
hits
by
the ground.
coffee.
Yeah, Sean likes her already. My coffee soulmate.
Java girl.
Java girl. Yeah.
But she says, but that's not the only thing. And then she stops, kind of cracks her knuckles again real quick to pause. And then you end up seeing her like start to vibrate again and slip through the wall of the studio. And then she's like gone. And then you see her vibrate back through.
She's changing her own phase variance through vibration so she can pass through materials. That's extremely impressive.
It's very impressive. Thank you very much.
She says, I also, through the accident, thankfully I had some eggheads to help me with this, to kind of come up with like terms and terminology, because that's not really my thing. Clearly you can tell I'm in the moment. She says, but they call it like a kinetic sense, like things coming at me and momentum. I tend to understand it, if that makes sense. Like I can see it flowing before I kind of get there, and it helps a lot with the higher top speeds. I'm not suddenly going Mach 2 and trip over somebody's leftover shoe in the desert.
Would you be able to, you say that you're able to comprehend. Theoretically, if I had a handgun and I were to fire it at you, are your senses keen to where you would be able to, if I had a direct bullseye at your chest, would you be able to see that bullet coming and be able to avoid being hit?
I move faster than a bullet. What are you talking about?
So you would be able to. That's
of course. She says, naturally, my reflexes are super fast, so don't try to play those shell games with me. You're going to lose. The audience kind of laughs a little bit. And she says, but on top of that, I can actually, I'm not going to do it here, and I signed a waiver saying I wouldn't, but I can get my hands going really fast and create like small vortexes. Blow people away.
Interesting.
Or push people out of the way if necessary. But I find it's usually easier to grab them and bring them along unless I'm going too fast. I don't want to break them apart at going from 0 to Mach 1.
Now,
I've been told that would be gross.
the logistics of your power, dare I say, and I mean no offense to a lady, but considering the physical nature and the caloric intake you must have must be significant.
I've closed a couple in and outs down.
That is impressive. It amazes me the biology of some of the powers that we have witnessed this evening. Yours being one of them.
Oh, well, yeah. I guess I don't really have the problem worrying about getting fat.
I would
My
imagine
body
not.
just won't allow me to get that big.
What is your heart rate? Do you have a normal heart rate when you're doing this, or does it also?
Oh,
speed
no.
up?
No. Yeah, it's way too fast.
Interesting.
Go ahead, Matt.
On top of the ability to cover distance rapidly, are you able to also confine your movements to small details and accomplish tasks at speed?
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I totally get what you're talking about. If it helps, I once thought of opening up a tax service and just being a one gal shop. Because I can do all that no problem. But then I realized that's not going to be enough work all at once. So then I thought maybe website coding would be a good idea. That really wasn't, in combination, like, the two of them together. And that didn't really seem to be enough either. So yeah, I can, but the problem is I suffer from boredom if I don't have enough.
Kind of, I think bouncing off of that same question, part of this duty might require for you to be, in space, in space stations, on spaceships for protracted amounts of time. Do you think that, obviously your speed is highly impressive, but our planet is huge and accommodates that much amount of places for you to go and things for you to do.
Mhm.
Do you think you would be able to adapt well to an enclosed environment where you don't have as much room to run around and find things to do?
Sure. I could always do some laps like inside the shuttle
Okay. And could you
if that's
do
what they
laps?
have. But yeah.
Yeah. Would it, if you were to do laps in the shuttle, do you think, like, would you be able to do them in such a way that it wouldn't like wear down elements of the space of the equipment and not?
I don't know if I could really answer that one. Depends on how many laps I had to do.
Okay. We could probably get you like a cool like wheel or something.
She says, "Oh, okay. Like, wait a minute. Are you insulting me? Hamster
No.
wheel? Really?"
No, not at all. Think of like, because
She's like, "I'm joshing. I get it.
okay.
I gotta have a space to run and not a whole lot of room." No, that's cool. It's cool. Audience are kind of chuckling behind him.
Okay.
Just not a hamster ball.
No, that you would probably smash through it.
Right.
What is your area of intellectual expertise?
She's like, "Oh, okay. That was physics major." And she says, "I ended up having a summer internship for a bit with Quantum Unlimited. You guys know those people?"
Mm.
We know of them.
Never heard of them.
Uh,
Jerome,
And
Jerome, out of character, does the, or maybe, I guess maybe even in character, like, does any of this ring a bell?
no, actually, it doesn't. As she tells the story, you realize it was when Quantum Unlimited was in California, so it was before the move to
Oh.
to Strongford.
Nice.
Essentially, what happened is the team was testing out a prototype kinetic recycling reactor, specifically designed to capture wasted motion energy from vehicle traffic. And a containment field malfunctioned, and ta-da!
Do we know of that incident in like just
No, but she mentioned Quantum Unlimited, so it's not like you couldn't look it up.
I'm gonna kind of lean into Hyperion, and I'm gonna whisper and say, like, is it possible? Like, do you think you could probably build something that would make her, like, if there was like the hamster wheel thing that could like charge things up by her running through it? Is it like, do you think you could build something that could handle her speed and also turn that energy into like power for a ship or something?
That would be extremely easy to do. Yes, actually. The circular motion that could be generated by her running, as long as it remains frictionless, which can also be done, could provide an extreme amount of power, depending on how long she's able to upkeep her speed.
I mean, yeah, the kind of like the question that we're asking is the amount of food that she'll require to do that. But I mean, that's a pretty good drawback to that is free energy.
You're
And-
saying our potential spaceships are going to be run by cheeseburgers?
yeah.
Well,
She's on a treadmill and she's just got this little plate in front of her.
honestly, if my legs weren't busted, I would apply for that job.
What's the most calorically dense food there is? It's probably some kind of cheese, right?
Dates.
It's probably cheese.
I was gonna say something. Never mind.
Dates.
He would though respond like, we do have access to the advanced food paste from
Oh,
the
universe.
station we know of. Correct. So that could be a solution for caloric intake, especially for just anybody who is on this team, but her especially.
And we could put it in one of those little hamster things so she could just lap at it when she's running through the thing.
She can't have the Doritos. Mm-mm.
she's got a ball feeder. Oh jeez.
Okay.
She probably notices us chatting like this.
Oh.
So I'll say the potential for side applications of your power is intriguing.
Oh, okay. Thanks. So she looks around real quick and blurs back and forth with finger guns, like sort of thing, and checking to see if anybody else has any questions. And there
Do
again,
you-
there's
Do
some
you
other.
sleep?
So before the announcer was about ready to come out, you asked another question, so we paused this real quick, and the other judges were mulling it over, but had similar ideas that you guys were talking about. So they didn't raise it, obviously. And she says, "Oh yeah. I think I get about 2 hours sleep."
See. Okay.
She says the fun thing, from what I'm told, is that's equal to 8 for me.
Very efficient.
So what you're saying is you sleep fast as well.
That's not the only thing I do fast.
Pulsar's mono eye like looks side to side like
I bet she reads pretty fast too.
Any innuendo is just like over Ixion's head. I would assume that she does everything fast, yes.
They weren't lost unshown. She's giggling.
Phantom just seems, at the moment, completely unimpressed.
We can't hear you. You got to bring your mic up closer to your mouth.
I was saying that at the moment, Heat Phantom seems completely unimpressed. Not with her, but with his current partner judges.
Okay. So at that point, Devin Gale comes out and he says, "Everybody, that is Slipstream," and she rapidly goes to like 3 different angles of the stands, for the audience or whatnot. Just kind of waves, sort of thing, and then bolts back out, and you hear like a slight kind of boom, and the side curtain go, kind of ruffle quite a bit as she rushes her way out.
She will
All
have
right.
very good PR presence as well.
It's true. Yeah, the audience did like her. She has a
Mhm.
forceful personality.
I mean, there's not too many cameras in space to. Well, there's the Hubble one. Never mind. But I think that with the right equipment and such, I think she could be a good. Like she could be really useful.
Exactly.
All right, so the next one that's coming up, the lights dim once more as another contestant is taking the stage. Not to darkness, but to a deep ember red glow, as though the entire arena is sitting inside a dormant furnace. A low, resonant hum ripples through the speakers. Symbols, Hyperion recognizes these as Dexamite sigils, ignite across the main screen in molten gold, each forming like a heated metal being hammered into a shape. A single beam of white light spears down onto the center stage, and Devin Kale steps into the glow, his silhouette outlined by the shimmering heat distortion. Our next contender was not given power. He survived it, and he chose to rise above it. And the low whoop echoes through the studio, the sound of a blast furnace inhaling. He uncovered ancient technology buried in the sands of Egypt, technology never meant for human hands. The sigils on the screen brightened, chaining together like circuitry awakening for the first time in a millennia. And when the Sunstone reactor core, one of the most dangerous relics left behind by those Dexamites, bonded to him, he did something extraordinary. And the air begins to shimmer. The golden pulse sweeps across the stage. A humanoid silhouette rises from behind a glowing wave of heated air, outlined in molten luminescence, tracing across his arms and chest. He didn't flee. He didn't hide. He mastered the fire and swore to wield it responsibly for all of humanity. The silhouette slips into full view, eyes glowing like molten glass. Glowing tracery across his skin, slowly igniting in radiant patterns. He lifts a hand. A sphere of plasma blooms above his palm, controlled, caged, and stunning. Ascendancy judges, studio audience, and everyone watching at home, prepare yourself for the guardian of ancient light, Prometheus 9. The plasma sphere bursts upward into a harmless flare, exploding into a rain of glittering gold sparks that cascade across the stage. Prometheus 9 lowers his hand, the glowing fades back into a steady pulse beneath his skin. He nods calmly, composed, patient, a man who carries a star without letting it consume him, and the crowd roars.
Jerome, can I want to ask Compass, but Compass, do you recognize this technology or this entity?
So you hear Compass back at this point, and he says, affirmative. That appears to be an older version of a stone that used to power earlier Dexamite vessels.
I in character I didn't, or out of character I didn't catch it. It's a something Dexamite core. You had said, what was that?
It's a Sunstone relic.
Oh, Sunstone relic, but it's a Sunstone relic core, but it's Dexamite in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Compass again. Is this thing safe for him to have? Like, is does it look like he is controlling it well enough?
Uh, Compass says, unknown. Under normal circumstances, this should have completely destroyed his body.
Okay, is this kind of similar to my situation, or
Negative. It is completely different from your situation.
okay? All right, good to know.
That looks Dexamite, doesn't it? Do
Ye-
do we need to look for another branch on the family tree?
I'll whisper, or I'll whisper to it. No, he Compass says that that's a he found a sunstone. It's a relic that Dexamites would use to power their spaceships, but it looks like he has absorbed it rather than it destroying him.
Interesting.
It makes me wonder, he must have some sort of superhuman, or deviant, if you will, DNA to be able to harness that. Perhaps there's latent abilities within him, even if they are of the, ability to survive certain things.
So with that, Hyperion goes, Prometheus 9. I have at least 2 questions for you. First, why the 9 at the end of your name, Prometheus?
When he replies, it sounds Middle Eastern, perhaps. And he says, it's a rough translation of where we found the what we call the Sunstone. It was in Chamber 9.
Chamber 9 of what?
Chamber 9 of many from the dig that we discovered the Sunstone.
Must have been a Dexamite base.
Exactly.
We believe it to be some sort of Dexamite vault. It was buried beneath fused desert glass when we uncovered it.
And was this in Egypt that you found this?
He says correct.
Okay, so Jerome, she would recognize the dialect.
Give,
Well, not the accent being Egyptian.
possibly give me an intuition check.
Okay.
Intuition.
Yours is still going to be different because you're Heliopolis, but
Yeah.
it's both of them share the same root.
Just gonna tell him I am your superior. Bow down to me.
Wow.
I am your goddess.
Wow. Way to pull rank.
Suddenly, a supervillain joins the chat.
Like,
Suddenly, he's just been here the whole time. No.
Did you? Oh, never mind.
Oh, been a while since I've had to roll. I almost forgot how to do this. Oh God.
Rule. Yeah, it's not how you spell
She is
rule.
rule. She does rule. Red.
Oh,
99.
You're from 5th Street in downtown Cairo.
4th floor, 3rd apartment from the left. 2nd bedroom.
Your mom bowed to me.
So yes,
Your mom washed my feet.
the origin of his accent is clearly from Egypt, specifically Cairo, because of the faint British intonation.
Okay. Very interesting. I would enjoy speaking with you at a different time outside of the competition.
So at that point, Lady Superbia leans over and she says, Sean, we're not looking for dates right now. We're interviewing contestants. And unfortunately, that wasn't like totally muted. So some of the audience kind of picked up on it and they're like, oh.
Well,
And he
they
just
know her. She knows that she's a flirt. So
he nods politely. He says, "You had 2 questions. I have answered your first."
Correct. My second question is, what has this Sunstone core done for you? What powers has it granted you?
He says the energy fused to my body, converting. If I understand the technicians with the Aegis Foundation, they have told me that it converted my cellular lattice into a living conversion matrix.
did you have any deviant powers prior to this?
I did not.
So
I am an archaeo engineer by trade.
I was
so
just going
I-
to ask if you had archaeology background.
I whisper subvocally. I bet he talks to plants.
He does not talk to plants. Sorry, honey.
I think he talks to bones and bricks.
I am going to ask him. Prometheus 9, have you taken your powers beyond Earth's orbit? Have you had a chance to test yourself out in space before?
No, I have not.
Have you been able to experiment with your powers in different atmospheres, whether it is oxygen, no oxygen?
I have been able to, with the assistance of the Aegis Foundation and our efforts to recover other possible Dexamite technology, that has lended to some different terrains that I have been able to test my power base at, including one underwater.
It would be interesting to see how it would act underneath the vacuum of space.
Subvocally, I say, I wonder if this gives him access to some of the Dexamite technology that we would normally not be accessing due to his interface with this.
I mean, he
I
doesn't.
would not like to openly discuss this on public television, though. It could endanger him as well as anything else, but that is quite
Well,
interesting.
yes,
I mean,
that's why I want to talk to him outside of the program.
Jerome, does he seem like a normal person with just like superpowers, or does he seem kind of like robotic as
No.
a result of the?
You actually nailed it. This is more of a guy who literally accidentally got superpowers.
Mhm.
So he's more of a scientist by
Mhm.
trade rather than, hands on hips, look at me, pose for camera, and now I'm out to defeat evil sort of thing. Like that's
Okay.
superheroing is his second trade, that he kind of fell into.
Yeah, but I guess yeah, because what Xenofreeze was asking was making me wonder, like, wait, is his? Because like I wanted to see if the man is still there or if he has like been subsumed by the technology that
Yeah.
blasted through him. Okay.
No. Yeah, he's just more of an average guy scientist who happens to have powers.
Okay, but yes, other than the fact that he can generate energy, he seems like a normal bloke.
I
Mhm.
do have the
Okay.
most important question of the night, though.
How many abs?
How
Do you
many
like
abs
ice
does he
cream?
have?
We'll
Ab
look at the
check.
picture and determine.
One,
Yeah.
two, we got
I,
a 6.
I ask him, I also have 2 questions for you. First, what exactly does an archaeotechnologist specialize in? I'd assume it is a realm of archaeology, but it is a little bit more finite than that. Am I correct?
He says an archaeo engineer,
Archaeoengineer.
and it is
So what-
it is a specialty.
And what does that entail?
Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can get you a better definition.
Okay.
Hold moment. Google is firing up.
An archaeoengineer is a specialist who applies engineering principles to the study and analysis of ancient structures and technologies.
Oh, okay. So he's a reverse civil engineer for ancient stuff.
Correct. So,
Okay.
so if somebody asks, "Oh, aliens made the pyramids," he might go, "Oh no, actually, this is how you would create a ramp and drag the stones." And
Yeah.
Which would
Okay.
make sense why they would bring somebody like that to an ancient Dexamite
Right.
base.
presumed Dexamite. Obviously, you go into
Oh,
that, with the assumption that's probably not going to happen. But yeah, you're right.
Mhm. Yeah.
And then my second question: what sort of offensive abilities do you have?
He says several. He says, I can create and project superheated solar plasma bursts. I can draw thermal energy from the environment into me to either recharge or extinguish flames. I can also convert that energy. I can transform sunlight into usable power for weapons or machines. I do have the capability of ion propulsion through directed plasma streams. And I also, due to my capabilities with the sun, can emit radiant illumination capable of blinding my adversaries temporarily.
Interesting.
I'm gonna subvocally. I'm gonna just kind of ask this here in case his villains might be watching, but we should probably double check and make sure if this guy has a. Does his solar battery have a limit?
Some of these things, it's like deja vu for some reason.
Is anybody going to respond to Pulsar, or was that just a one-off?
I'm thinking in
It would be
between
interesting.
chewing.
What was the question?
If his
Well,
battery, so to speak, could be overcharged,
my internet's dying.
what his
Well,
limits are. I think in some of these cases, whoever we decide to take to the next level, some of what we would look at is to push them to their limits without
I
hopefully endangering them. But
agreed.
we need to see what any who would be on the team would be essentially capable of.
It's not that I'm worried
Yes.
about putting him in danger. It's more that if his power requires sunlight, but he ends up in a place where he can't
Ager.
like actively collect it from somewhere, we just want to make sure we know kind of like what we would need to provide for him in case of those things. Like, would we want to provide him with solar panels that are constantly gathering energy for him to pull from as needed, or
I
you know,
got it. So, Prometheus, are you able to tell us some of your limitations with your powers?
Let me get that thing pulled back up here. He says, I would imagine prolonged operation in complete darkness would create problems.
So you do need sunlight in order to continue, but you don't have to have it constantly to
Correct.
use. Do you have an idea about what your maximum is?
He says, we were unable to completely test my limits through the Aegis Foundation. I found that I overcame their stops, but we registered at least 3 hours at full capacity.
Okay.
Subvocally to the whole group. Although the information would be very advantageous, I think we need to be very careful in asking for what specific weaknesses may be that hopefully they do not feel influenced to divulge this information. For as we have all seen, almost every good superhuman with abilities typically has an adversary, whether it be local or abroad. We do not want to inadvertently danger them.
I
If we
mean,
seek out this information, um, we can always do so behind closed doors and not in front of a camera.
well,
Or
that's if they will allow
just
us to ask these kind of
breaking
questions
down
behind
political
cameras, because this is also a television show, which
Yeah.
Yes,
I
but
hate the
we
whole
still
idea of
also want to
this.
keep their best interests at heart. We are exploiting them in some aspect, I agree, but we do not want to endanger them in doing so.
This is also vocally.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
this is all sub vocal.
Yeah. So at that point, then Devin Kale steps up and says, "All right. Well, thank you, Prometheus 9. Everybody, give a big round of applause for Prometheus 9." And of course, they're like, "Woo!" And so he just kind of, holds his hand up again, shoots off another one of those plasma balls, and
Matt was saying something right when we were talking, and I didn't realize until either Shone or I was talking. But
yeah, you
I
can still
barely
talk.
heard it.
You can still sub vocalize, but I do have to keep the scene moving.
Right. No, I'm saying Matt was saying something, and I didn't know what he was saying.
Because we're almost halfway through.
Okay.
Well, it's because Phantom was talking to you, and you guys just blasted right over. So don't worry about it. Okay.
Okay, doke.
All right, so the next character or the next contestant coming up. Boom. All right, so the arena lights dim to a soft, abysmal blue, so dark it feels like sinking below the surface of the sea. The distant, echoing sonar ping rolls through the room, then another and another. The stage floor shifts into rippling, holographic water, waves lapping quietly at the edges. A cool mist rises, drifting across the first few rows. Devin Kale steps into the fog, his voice low and smooth, measured by the tide. Our next contender survived a depth no human was ever meant to reach, and returned stronger than any sailor's legend. She walked the ocean floor after her vessel collapsed 3,000 meters beneath the surface, and emerged not broken but transformed. A ripple behind him deepens into a whirlpool of refracted light. A figure begins to rise within it slowly, steadily, as if pulled upward by the tide itself. With command of the sea, the strength to withstand crushing pressure, and a calm that anchors those around her. A column of water erupts upward, not violently, but gracefully, unfurling into a cascade curtain. When it falls away, Aegir stands ready, pale blue-green eyes shimmering like bioluminescence. Silver blue veins glimmer faintly across her hand, or her hands, I should say, and collarbone as droplets slide off of her skin. Ladies and gentlemen, the ocean's chosen guardian, Aegir.
You see Xenofreeze leaning forward, more so than he has.
Aegir, it's good to have you here. I wonder, with the description of being able to have command of the sea, what exactly does that mean? What are you capable of?
So she stands kind of at attention, and when she replies, she has a Nordic accent of some kind. She says, It has been classified as a pressure adaptive physiology awakened during a submergence test.
What exactly
Was
can you
that
do with that physiology?
She says, I have what is classified as hydrokinesis. My aquatic adaptation allows me to breathe underwater and swim at 1,000 sorry, not 1,000, but over 100 knots, and I'm immune to deep sea pressure. I also have a minor capability in cryokinesis, allowing myself to rapidly lower local water temperature to create ice barriers or weapons. And as such, I have an environmental sense. I am able to detect vibrations, currents, and chemical changes within 200 feet of the water. And water also provides me self-healing.
Was that you or the speakers that were doing the subsonic waves upon
Oh,
your entry?
that was the entrance.
But you can feel those or hear those.
Correct.
With your command of the sea, I'm curious, are you able to, or are you familiar with the life forms therein at all?
I'm sorry. Can you rephrase that question out of character? I don't think I understand.
Like, is she familiar with sea creatures?
Well, yes. Hence the fact that
Like,
she's, her primary occupation is the ocean.
Or are you asking like, can she talk to fish or?
well, not necessarily. Like, I mean, your your ability to hear that the subsonic frequencies. I would assume that you are able to at least hear, if not after some time, maybe understand purpose behind whale song.
Not necessarily, no.
This is intriguing.
Although I am able to hear it, and I can find them in doing so, but it is not something that I can interpret.
Interesting. It
Ager,
would make an interesting way of communication for you if there was a way to do so in the bandwidths that are not normally heard, with the exception of underwater and at other frequencies that are only heard by underwater life. It's quite intriguing.
I'm sure it would be. I unfortunately do not have that capability, although I believe some of the Atlanteans do.
Ager, your capabilities, how well do they work when you're not surrounded by water?
Well, my hydrokinesis does allow me to draw the ambient water from the atmosphere. So really, it would only be at an extreme limitation where water was not plentiful, such as a desert.
Ager, you were described as being the ocean's chosen guardian. Um, this position would take you far away from the oceans. Do you feel like, do you feel like that takes you away from that, like your chosen, or not, like, or your designated domain? Like, would you be okay with that?
She says, "Sir, that was hyperbole by your host."
Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were actually like chosen, that kind of thing.
She replies, "No, sir. I'm more humble than that."
Okay. Well, but then, yeah, would you feel no pun intended, like a fish out of water, being out in space, like being so far away from the oceans. Would you be comfortable with that?
Of course. I go where I'm needed.
Admirable.
Being a part of this team would allow me to represent my country in due fashion and bring my people proud, or make my people proud.
You take pride in your homeland. If you don't mind, what is your homeland?
Norway, sir.
Wonderful. Quite appropriate with the seafaring history of your people.
She nods. Yes, of course. And with that, then, if there's no other questions, she is ushered off. Devin Kale steps up and, waves and applauds, and he says, and give it up again for Ager. Yay. Clap, 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 clap. Okay, and get the next person pulled up here so you can see what they look like.
They look like a superhero.
All right, so the light drops to black, silence, and then tap, tap, tap. A slow rhythmic pulse echoes through the arena like fingers drumming on a distant drumhead. Another tap. Then a harmonic hum blooms outward, vibrated in the air like the opening chord of a live stadium concert. Stage floor lights begin to shimmer, rippling concentric rings of blue-white sound waves traveling outward with each beat. Devin Gale steps into the center spotlight, grinning as though he can feel the bass line in his bones. Our next contestant doesn't just hear the world, he feels every vibration it sings. He was a sound engineer, a musician, and an innovator until a quantum acoustics experiments rewrote his body's rhythm. Now he shapes sound like clay, turning vibrations into shields, weapons, and bridges between worlds. From Lagos to the world stage, bringing harmony, power, and heart, please welcome the master of resonance, Resonant. So a burst of harmonic light surges from the silhouette, revealing Resonant in full, skin rippling with faint wave patterns, eyes flickering silver with focused energy. He lifts one hand. A glowing semi-solid construct like a shield made of music blooms into shape beside him with a soft vroom. The crowd roars as he gives a smooth nod, stepping forward in rhythm, measured, confident, and melodic.
So out of curiosity, I mean, with this and any of the other things, I'll ask a global question. Upon entry and when they've manifested some of their powers in a little bit more benign way, right? Obviously, they're not attacking the crowd or us or anything along those lines, right? Did any one of us have a little bit more sensitivity to it, right? And I mean, so like something like this, me being literally a liquid, like I may feel the vibrations a little bit more. That's how my race normally communicates, is through sonic vibrations, that sorts of thing, right? And I'm just kind of seeing like with this and with, in with him or with anybody else, if there's any notable interaction that our bodies or our powers, resonate with or react to, or our bodies do because of how our biology is, if you will.
Right.
I'm just curious.
I'm just trying to keep the scenes going forward. So for the most part, you guys are safe. There's nothing interactive there or anything of that nature with any of the characters. So nothing to worry about there, or anything linking you to anybody.
At least at this point, right then. Okay. Because I mean, that's something that would stand out. Like if that was something happened,
Right.
or I felt something
Mhm.
that would put put flags on that person. Maybe
Right.
not cautionary or red flags or anything,
Right.
but that would be like, oh, hey, that's something that stands out, kind of thing.
Hyperion
Okay.
goes, Resonant, a part of your introduction included description that you could use this vibrational power you wield to move between worlds. What exactly does that mean for you? What can you do in that respect?
What he's referring to in that sense is his ability of resonation sense. He's able to detect structural weakness and harmonic frequency of any objects touched. As well, obviously, as his vibration control. Which his vibration control actually is powerful enough that allows him to alter molecular resonance in solids, liquids, and gases, and can shatter or stabilize materials. Is that it?
Resonant. I'm curious. In terms of your power set, have you used your power in the vacuum of space, or or in a vacuum? Have you ever, has that ever been an issue?
Okay, out of character, this has come up a couple of times. You're going to have to assume most of these people have not been into space because it's not something everybody has the opportunity to do.
Hmm.
So I'm just letting you guys know, so that way you guys don't keep asking the same questions, trying to get different answers, because they're all going to start coming up the same.
Okay.
For most everybody. So he answers no. He has never been to space.
Basically, don't waste time asking that. You'll mention it, or they will if it applies.
Yeah, no, I
Right.
understood what he meant. It was more of like, because like, do vibrations work in space?
Yep.
Is the thing that I was curious about.
They sure do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Because the vibration you're referring to, you're not attempting to vibrate space, you're vibrating the object.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
Now, obviously, the sound portion of his powers, right, that would be limited. No sound in the dead of
Excuse me.
space.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking, was like, if his power is like sound based, then would it be useful
One of
at
them
all
is,
in
yes.
space? But okay.
One of them is.
Okay.
He has vibration control. Obviously, he's displayed the sonic projection and sound constructs. He also has echolocation, which gives him a 3D spatial perception within 300 feet via reflected waves. So much like the radar sense of Daredevil.
Right. Cool.
And resonance sense.
So, because I know that there's frequencies in space, so would he be able to pick those frequencies up?
Resident, what
Um,
is your range as far as decibels? Do you know?
Oh yeah,
Briefly.
no, he's actually he's a an acoustic engineer, so I'm not going to go into the detail there, but yeah, he knows exactly where he can go, and yes, he can. Obviously, his sonic projection or whatever have you is would likely be limited in the vacuum of space. He can still potentially pick up those types of frequencies.
He says it's like pretty wide range, so he can hear high pitches,
Yep.
very low, subsonic,
Mhm.
stuff like that. Okay, cool.
Nice.
No more questions for me.
Let's make sure we get some other players jumping in here too, because we've got some folks that either due to internet connection or whatever have you haven't had a chance to interact a whole lot. So, okay, so then at that point, our hosts, our host, comes back out, and he says, "Everybody, give it up for Resident, Resident! Everyone, clap, 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 clap." Okay, so the next one. And let me get you their picture posted up in the chat. Boom. Go. I'm also cutting down on some of the intros, the length, for time concerns. All right, so our next contender doesn't just work with machines; she thinks with them. A ribbon of binary scrolls across the stage floor, rippling under his footsteps. She was she was one of Quantum Unlimited's brightest minds until an accident in orbit rewired her connection to reality. The humming intensifies, holographic schematics of satellites, interface helmets, and neural maps flicker behind the host, each shifting in time with faint pulses of light. Now she sees data like color, hears code like music, and commands technology with the certainty of thought. She ended an AI security breach before it could ignite into a global disaster, and tonight she steps onto the world stage to prove that human intuition and machine logic can coexist. Ascendancy judges and audience at home, prepare to interface with the mind that speaks fluent machine, Neural. So she quietly steps out, nods to everybody, and kind of gives a little bit of a wave.
Neural, with regard to your technological capabilities, what does that allow you to do exactly?
When she replies, it's a German accent. As she explains, she says, "I have what we refer to as cyberpathy. I can communicate and directly interface with any electronic or digital system within 300 feet. I also have what has been classified as technokinesis. I can control or refigure machines and circuitry through focused neural commands. Because of my predictive algorithms." Paul's in the chat expecting ones and O's. Due to my predictive algorithms, it enables me to preempt. It enables me to be preemptive physically. So it has granted me enhanced reflexes. I have a heightened sense of data assimilation, and as well, I have a limited digital projection.
What does the digital projection allow you to do?
Okay, so she scans around for a second, and it looks like she's scanning around in general, but by accident, she pops into your head because you're technical.
Yeah.
And you actually physically see her kind of like as a hologram in almost as if you're looking like, okay, you know how we see you have eyes? It would be as if your eyes were inset a little bit more so you can see the window of your eye sockets, but you see the holograph of her right there.
Oh boy.
And so she goes, and she looks alarmed because she was just reaching out randomly. She says, "Oh, excuse me. Apologies, Hyperion." And then steps back.
Does Hyperion, he does not advertise himself as a android?
No.
Yeah, not yet anyway.
Right. Because everybody, like all the crowd and public and everything else like that, thinking he's just a
Yeah,
deep-
so she gets a little uncomfortable at that point. She goes, I transmit my consciousness into networks that allows me for reconnaissance and sabotage.
Very impressive.
Yes, I'm quite intrigued. Once you have projected yourself into the network, are you able to project yourself, or are you able to project an image of yourself outside of the network at distance?
But that would be like an illusion cast, no, or holographic projection. No, I could not. Although I imagine I could if I had some sort of holographic projector. That would be easy enough.
I find that very an intriguing thought.
Neural, I have a question about your powers. Are your powers limited by like programming language? Can any computer system you can tap yourself into?
Oh, that is a great question. Obviously, I have tested myself, and when she replies, she's very, very analytical and laconic. So it's very to the point. Doesn't really, with the exception of her slight embarrassment of finding something out about Hyperion. She goes along and she says, "Thus far, I've interfaced with anything with any sort of coding."
Okay.
And before anybody asks, no, I have not had the opportunity to test that against alien technology, but I have done so with up-to-date coding as well as old ancient coding, and even tape,
Oh, like
provided
cassette
it
tape.
was correct, provided it was connected to a computer.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Give it up for Neural. So she goes into the back at that point, gives kind of a polite wave to everyone. All right, next one up. Woo! Yeah, that is what I want. All right, and let me get the image pulled up here in the chat for this one. All right, so the arena lights flicker, then collapse into complete darkness. For several seconds, there is nothing. No music, no spotlight, just the low murmur of a suddenly uneasy audience. Then, a deep thrum reverberates through the studio floor, another, and then another. Each pulse feels like a heartbeat echoing through stone. The darkness begins to move. Shadows ripple across the stage in slow, swirling patterns like liquid night sliding over polished obsidian. Razor-thin cracks of violet light flicker inside them, pulsing in time with a subterranean heartbeat. Devin Kale steps forward, illuminated only by the faint glow of the shifting shadows around his feet. Some heroes rise from the sky, others from the sea. He gestures towards the living darkness gathering behind him. But our next contender comes to us from deep below, where pressure, darkness, and courage define survival. He was a geologist, an engineer, and the first man to stand between his team and a collapsing mine. When the Earth released a power no human had ever touched, he didn't break. He forged that darkness into tools of salvation, shields, pathways, lifelines for those trapped far from daylight. Ascendancy judges, audience at home, prepare to witness the man who brought shape to shadow, Obsidian Pulse. Stage lights start to rise, but are immediately swallowed as Obsidian Pulse lifts one hand. A wave of darkness sweeps outward, extinguishing them for dramatic beat, and then gestures again, releasing the light, allowing it to return in a soft, atmospheric glow.
Obsidian Pulse. So, it seems that I'm the primary one who asks the question of what are you capable of, and you're going to be no different. Can you describe your powers and what you can do with them?
So when he replies, he has a Spanish accent. He says, I have been told that what thanks to the Aegis Foundation, what I have and can now control is dark force manipulation. And using this dark force, I can create shapes and energy into shields, weapons, or solid structures. He says it also allows me to... It also allows me to teleport within the shadow, within a few hundred feet. I can create constructs out of my dark force. But it also gives me, oddly enough, the ability to sense dimensional or have a dimensional perception. I can sense weak spots or rifts in dimensional boundaries. And as you can see, I can extinguish light.
With that dimensional perception, when you actually detect a weakness between barriers, can you take advantage of that somehow, or can you simply see the weakness?
It's something that I can sense. I can't actually see it physically, but I can sense when it's near.
Jerome, would that dimensional sensitivity, would that help with, like, is there any space cruisers or any like people that travel through this world or the galaxy that use like dimensional travel like that? Because I'm like
You don't know enough about the other races to
okay.
to ask that.
Okay.
If that's correct, like if they have that type of spatial fold technology or space warp or whatever, potentially.
Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking like if that was like a thing where people would just warp in and out of space, like he could be a really cool like early warning sign of something, a rift is coming.
Correct.
That could be cool. Yeah.
What you do know is everybody, the galaxy works off of faster than light technology, so it's not like a warp per se. It's just very fast.
How much combat experience have you had since obtaining your powers?
He says I've had some practical combat. Welcome back, the official Beefy Fox. Or Beef Foxy. There we go.
Is that our next hero?
Yes, that's the next hero. He tag teams with the Red Grip. No. He says, yeah, I've had some practical combat experience. I've partnered up with the Aegis Foundation for a bit. He says, maybe it would help to say I'm also a geologist and mining engineer.
Do you think you'd be able to use that specialty to your advantage and your team's advantage if you needed to go to another world that wasn't Earth?
Heck yeah. I mean, other planets that got rocks, right? And our allies should have like some kind of information they could share with us, like, you know, not Earth rocks. I get a hold of some of that, yeah. It could be pretty cool.
I wonder if space would count as shadow, or is it required to have light creating the shadow?
Oh, for my Dark Force? Oh no, of course not. No. I am the shadow.
That could be very interesting.
And he says it's also a hoot at Halloween. Okay, so at that point, Devin comes back on stage and he says, everybody, give it up for Obsidian Pulse. Obsidian Pulse, everybody. All right.
Jerome, insofar as the other judges go, you said they kind of asked their questions.
Mhm.
In general, what kind of questions are they asking?
Sometimes, like if you guys aren't asking if they have an occupation, they're asking that. Not. Yes, so we had Chakarone gibberish there. Yeah, so they're asking questions, like questions that you don't end up asking. Like one of the ones, combat experience, for example. You guys haven't really asked that of many of the contestants coming up, so they'll ask other questions like that. I'm just not getting to them for the help for the speed of the scene.
Sure. No, I was just like looking for what the other judges are looking for in, or like there are any specific questions they're asking in general, like.
Yeah, they did.
Not that this would be a question, but like, what's your favorite food? They're not like
No.
focusing on specific things. Like
No, nothing like that. No. I'm just giving it up to you guys again for the focus of the game and for speed of the game. So because we got a lot to get through. So at any rate, that was Obsidian Pulse. Boom. All right, so let me get you your image of the next character. Can we just adopt Obsidian Pulse? Maybe.
Yeah, he seems like it'd just be fun to have around. He's got cool powers. He seems
My
funny.
nemesis.
He would definitely be good at the parties, wouldn't he?
All right,
No, we
so
don't want you on the team. We just want you as a amusement mascot. You know?
No, he and I
mascot.
can. We'll do the X Factor. Be me and Obsidian Pulse.
Very nice.
Yeah, right.
All right. All right. So the next one comes up. The arena lights fading once again to allow for another contestant to come in, but not into darkness, into a shimmering haze, like heat rising off a desert road. Colors warp, edges blur. For a moment, even the cameras struggle to focus. A single prismatic beam sweeps across the studio, scattering into thousands of glittering motes, tiny rainbows dancing over the audience. Devin Cale steps into the distortion, his silhouette bending subtly as light curves around him. Our next contender is a living lesson in perception, a reminder that what you see is only part of the truth. She was an engineer, an innovator, and the mind behind the next generation stealth systems until the light itself decided it deserved a closer look. After a photonic array overload rewrote her visual cortex, she didn't vanish from the world. She learned how to hide within it. She bends light like the sculptor bends clay, creating illusions, holograms, and invisibility with the precision of a physicist and the soul of an artist. And there's a soft laugh that echoes, light, airy, playful, and completely disembodied in the background. She ends up appearing, silver-streaked blonde hair catching prismatic light, eyes shimmering blue-gray, and a faint iridescent glow tracing her outline. Studio audience, judges, and viewers around the world, open your eyes to the woman who turns light into wonder, Mirage. And of course, you guys got the picture in the chat. Boom.
She gets a point just for her name.
Mirage, welcome to this show. So, with regard to your light manipulation, they mentioned invisibility and emission. Can you also project light as a beam that can produce damage?
She says, no, most of my powers are, she says, well, no, but don't let that stop you. She says, most of my powers are defensive and, what do the kids call it in those silly MMOs? Buffs and debuffs. So by that alone, I'd make a good team member. Just saying.
Mirage, in regards to your invisibility, like how big of an area can you make invisible?
I can turn a small group of people invisible, including myself.
Okay.
I also have the capability, obviously, of illusion casting. These particular sensory holograms can be seen and almost felt through light refraction. I also do have light refraction fields, so I can create mirage distortions or conceal complete zones. I can create holographic projections similar to Hyperion's body doubles through 3D light images for communication or distraction. And of course, I have enhanced vision. I can see across the UV and infrared spectrums and adaptive to extreme brights.
Impressive.
She says, well, I mean, it's kind of painting with physics, really.
Did she say what type of engineer she was?
She was actually a optics engineer working for a defense force that will remain unnamed.
Okay. I must say, the abilities that you have, and I do not mean to say anything, superficial, but they're absolutely beautiful.
Oh, well, thank you. I suppose I could make them ugly, but I don't know how effective that would be. And she takes a moment real quick, and then she goes and projects holographic images of Beavis and Butthead, who are just sitting there giggling. She's like, loses some of the effect, I think.
When she does that, do they actually make the noises too, like the hologram?
Yeah, the giggling chick like
Okay. So when she
Wow.
does that, Hyperion will pipe up and go, so then you can have your illusions and holograms produce at least some sound as well.
correct. Mhm.
Excellent.
Jerome, I don't know if you said this in like the description of her powers, but like, can she like Miss Invisible use her powers to create like a barrier?
Yep.
To stop energy. She can. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Okay, that's cool.
Essentially, that's a part of her light refraction fields. So.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, because I was writing down notes about the holograms and invisibility stuff, but I was like, oh wait, I wonder if she can, because yeah, she'd be a great like a great defensive
Mhm.
person. Yeah.
Going once, going twice. All right, everybody, give it up for Mirage. Mirage, everyone. There's more rounds of applause going out, and she kind of waves again. And as she walks, she projects fireworks. So all right.
She's like a cool Jubilee.
Yeah.
Actually, that's with the exception of the fact that Jubilee has offensive capability. Yeah, that's not a bad comparison. Because Jubilee was a snot.
And then they made her a vampire.
All right, here is our next contestant. Boom. Okay, so so the lights drop to a cold industrial gray. A deep metallic clang echoes through the arena like a massive steel door locking into place. A second clang, and then a third. Then the stage floor splits into segmented panels, each rising and lowering like shifting plates of machinery. Sparks shoot from vents along the edge, scattering white hot arcs that fizzle before touching the audience. Devin Kale steps forward, illuminated by a harsh white spotlight that feels more like a welder's torch than a stage lamp. Our next contender isn't just armored, he is the armor. He was a machinist's son, an Air Force engineer, and a man trusted with the most advanced defense technology on Earth. Until a prototype nanometal alloy rewrote his biology. But instead of becoming a weapon for somebody else's agenda, he walked away, choosing to protect people and not directives. With the strength of living steel, the will of a soldier, and the conscience of an engineer. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who commands metal itself, Argent. Of course, the name booms throughout the studio, and he steps forward with a casual gesture.
Argent, I need to ask, with metal being so prevalent everywhere, do you have any limits as far as what you can do with it? And how do you manipulate metal?
So he says, my power has been classified as ferrokinesis. I can control and manipulate virtually any metal within 100 feet. I can reshape weapons, armor, or structures.
You said therokinesis?
Ferro.
Oh,
F-E-R-R-O.
Oh, F-E-R-O.
Oh, no. Ferrokinesis. He can control the pharaohs of Egypt.
Iron.
Yeah, he could bend
Oh.
Tutankhamun into any shape.
I know. He's just like Tutankhamun chair.
Yeah, he's-
It's a very niche power.
Right,
but,
exactly. Yeah. Generally, only works around museums. You know.
he blows into the mummy
This
to
is
make it
why
like a
no
balloon.
one disappears.
Did you want a bike?
I don't think I like this
Yeah,
anymore.
will just kind of disappear.
Like a second, make a wiener dog.
I know. Yeah. Ever hear of origami? What's that? It's a bird. Bird.
But he's still ripped. He's still like gigantic, but that's his power.
Um,
Is there
What,
any metal that you cannot manipulate?
I have only found that Dravixium is difficult to manipulate.
understandably. Does your form conduct electricity? Or are you magnetic?
I am resistant to magnetism, but yes, if I am struck with electricity, I am metal. I will conduct. However, my armor skin is sufficient to resist most. And I also have, as I indicated, magnetic shielding and the capability of magnetic assisted flight.
Interesting. Do you have much team experience?
No, ma'am. Outside of being a former soldier.
Well, I mean that's not nothing, but okay.
In addition to your ferrokinesis and all of that, which is impressive already, do you get any super strength with your newfound skill, like this new ability?
Yes, sir. I do find that my physical capabilities have been increased quite a bit. Any other questions?
Please forgive the impertinence, but how much do you weigh?
That's a very personal question.
Yeah, so
Well, at least you
smirk-
didn't ask a girl.
yeah, he smirks and he says, "My metal form is not indicative of the actual weight. It is rather light by comparison to what you might think it would be." And he kind of looks around a second, as if like the ladies are waiting to hear, like, is he fat underneath that or something? And he says, "I weigh 210 pounds, sir." Which, being a gigantic walking piece of metal, he should weigh a lot more.
You would fall in the similar weight class of.
I'm a squatty blob of metal, and I weigh twice that.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Matt?
I was saying that you would fall in the normal weight category of an astronaut. Excellent.
Yes, sir. Although I think I'm a bit tall, I'm 6'1".
Yes, but it would be weight consideration getting you into space, perhaps, or
I see.
propulsion considerations for fuel. Weight is a consideration.
All right. Well, no other questions in. So everyone, give it up for Argent, or not Argent? That was Argent, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
Argent.
Yeah. Everyone, give it up for Argent. Argent, everyone.
He should have called himself Sergeant Argent. Missed opportunities.
10
He
points
was-
for
My,
Muppet.
minus 10 points from Hufflepuff for that one.
Carmen is not a Hufflepuff.
Brittany's a
Uh,
Hufflepuff.
Brittany is not a Hufflepuff.
He's a puffle huff.
Argent was Air Force, right?
Air Force engineer.
Yeah,
Oh,
they-
excellent.
They did indicate he was Air Force, yes.
Awesome.
not
All
yet
right.
dinner time. You have another hour.
She gave you love earlier on. What are you talking about? That Trump
Oh,
set.
Pootie tat.
Jerome, I left a
Ow!
message
Ow!
in our Facebook.
I
Brittany.
am unfortunately super busy and cannot look.
Brittany, that's her house.
I
That's
just
her
stated
house?
that my back is
that's-
really hurting, so I'm going to excuse myself for the night.
Okie doke.
And I'll see you guys next week.
Feel better
No,
soon.
2
Feel
weeks.
better.
Have 2 weeks.
Feel better.
All right. Bye, Shelly.
Bye, Shelly.
Okay. Check this real quick. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, she gave me the what for, George.
I mean, it is her house, so.
She just allows me to live here and serve her.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
what's
so
up.
the
Pay
next
the rent.
contestant begins taking the stage. The arena lights flicker, not wildly, not dramatically, but with a curious, almost mischievous rhythm. A roulette wheel projection spins across the stage floor. Cards flutter from the rafters like metallic confetti, only to vanish midair in little pops of golden sparks. Whimsical piano riffs begin to play, jazzy and upbeat, as if the universe itself is snapping its fingers. Yes. Devin Cale steps forward, eyebrow raised as the stage prop behind him. As a stage prop behind him, an oversized die unexpectedly rolls across the floor and lands on a perfect 7 on a 6-sided cube. He chuckled. Some powers shake mountains, some command storms, but our next contender, she simply persuades the universe to cooperate. She danced her way through danger, outplayed the finest minds in Europe, and survived more impossible coincidences than probability theory would allow. Bullets curve, accidents miss. Fortune follows her like a loyal puppy. Ladies and gentlemen, the woman who turns chaos into choreography, Ilan. The roulette wheel projection stops spinning, landing precisely on 00 as a shower of golden sparks spiral upward around her. She gives a playful little bow, one hand extended elegantly.
Ilan, welcome to this show. I am intrigued with regard to what exactly you can do. Is it some sort of manipulation of probability or something else?
So when she speaks, she has a European accent. Hard to say what. It leans a little towards French, but not exactly. It has that vague Jean-Claude Van Damme sort of European accent, where they can say, "I'm from Austria." No, I'm from the muscles from Brussels. Or no, I'm actually from Germany, or where Arnold, I'm Russian. No, you're not Arnold, but okay. She says, so I'm sorry, your question was what exactly were your powers?
Yeah, if it was like manipulation of probability,
Yes.
or is there something else?
She
Okay.
she says yes, it is the manipulation of probability. She says I have the obviously the capability of manipulating outcomes, as she says, and it does help that I am the daughter of a mathematician and a casino pianist.
A casino pianist, not a concert pianist?
Correct.
Oh. Interesting.
It helps with the probabilities. I spent many a night in a casino watching my father play piano for crowds that didn't particularly care one way or the other, which gave me a healthy introduction to gambling. She also says that I have the capability of what I call the quantum blink, which is a limited teleportation. I can also affect the probability of my friends and allies. I have been known to perceive split-second divergences before they resolve, which gives me the capability of gambling on the better one.
Somewhat of a precognizance when it comes to things like that.
Give the man a Cupid doll. Precisely. And she says, I can also affect the probability of those around me in an offensive sort of way. And she kind of she kind of waves her hand. She says, "So a gun might jam when it shouldn't be jamming. Lightning might strike nearby. Very scary stuff."
So you can negatively or adversely affect the probabilities.
Correct.
And you do this
Again,
at will.
Tilting in my favor.
Can you
Never bet
control
against the house. For
Can
I
you
am the
control
house.
Can you control the particular instance
The details
that manifests?
No. But it is also, I have found it's almost always the most likely. So if it is a storm, perhaps the lightning might manifest or the road might wash away.
Okay.
If it's a gunfight, obviously gun jams or ricochets off into something, and and I hate to say this, the crowd kind of leans a little bit and she says, but sometimes they accidentally shoot the chandelier and it falls and hits them.
Of course.
And so they people kind of laugh at that when she says, I know, it's cliche, but it happens.
The anvil drops from the window.
Precisely.
Exactly.
Can you do both at the same time? Can you affect good luck for yourself and allies while applying negative luck to your opponents?
She's like, are you wanting me to give away all of my tricks?
Okay, I think
and then she just says
yes.
with a little bit of a smirk.
Okay, yeah, I think that tells me, yeah.
Next, you're going to ask if I count cards. No, darling, I don't count cards.
It sounds like
I don't need to. I am the house.
Yeah. Is that your catchphrase?
She says, I guess it could be. She says, but I usually, if I have a catchphrase, I say there's no art in winning when the universe rigs the table for you.
That's a little wordy. Almost said mouthy. It's not the same thing.
And she says, would you prefer I don't force luck, I invite it to the party?
Not bad.
You know what? We don't really use a lot of catchphrases in this business, do we? Maybe our team is a little lacking.
Mm-mm.
I do have a question.
She says, yes, European men.
What would you say is the degree to which you can manipulate it? Like from 0 to 100%?
You mean, am I card counting myself? She says, I'm pretty darn good at it. Maybe I should say I'm extremely good at it. But I don't go around counting the times that it doesn't go off, if that's what you're asking, because I don't always know.
No, I was more thinking like if someone had a 50-50 chance to trip over a stick, how likely do you think you could make that be 100%?
She kind of shrugs and she says, if it's something simple like that, he's probably going to trip. So what else you guys got for me? Lotto numbers? And like, and then people start going like, "Oh," she says, "No, I'm kidding. I'm not giving out lotto numbers. That's not how that works."
I don't know if we have time. I was going to ask her what the meaning behind her name is.
Oh, Ilan?
Yeah. Because everyone else has like, I'm Obsidian Pulse. I am Argent. Hi, I'm Elon. Like, I don't know what if the name is meaning. I don't know what it is.
It does have a meaning. Let me actually get that for you real quick. Boop-a-doop-doop-doop-doo.
Just ask the Googles.
It's Ellen.
It actually, well, it depends on where you get it from. Essentially, it is a vigorous spirit or enthusiasm.
Okay.
Which is what she has in spades.
But not diamonds.
No,
Make a
I
diamond.
guess not. Okay, so nobody else has any questions. Everyone give it up for Ilan. Ilan, everyone. And she steps off, ends up stepping off stage. Well, she takes a moment as she goes forward to step, and you see her go, whoop, whoop, and like, basically that pulse teleport that she told you about.
The quantum blink. Yeah.
Quantum blink, just blink, blink, and she's suddenly over by the curtain, and then walks out.
I want to see Devin Kale slip on a banana or something.
Looking to derail your show, huh?
I just think it would be appropriate.
Just a horrible accident. Just
No.
The random banana peel appears on stage from the guy that's working in like the catwalk above or something.
Yeah, right.
We told you no food up in the rafters.
A ding dong rapper comes down. It's like,
Oh no.
Okay, so the next one coming up, I'm having trouble getting the picture to load into Discord. It'll be there in a second. Oops. Here is 15. Okay, so the next entrance, the arena lights dim to a warm amber glow, soft, hazy, like the last rays of a desert sunset. A slow, low whisper sweeps through the speakers, not wind, sand sliding across stone. The stage floor ripples with projected dunes, each crest shifting as though touched by unseen breeze. Heat mirage distortion bends the air. Devin Kale slips on a banana, steps onto the rising shimmer, his silhouette outlined by a swirling golden dust mote. Devin Kale steps out. Our next contender comes from a place where life and death walk the same horizon. A desert-born scholar, a man who unearthed a relic of the four winds. He commands dunes like tides, shapes storms with the motion of his hand, and carries within him the ancient calm of the empty quarter. Judges, audience, and viewers from around the world, behold the desert's chosen guardian, Sandsworn.
Sand sworn.
Yes.
Hmm.
Let's see. Oh, doggone it. It's going to take a few. Hold on a second. I wonder if this will do it. Hopefully I don't do anything bad. Oh, crap. Hold on.
Hold, please.
Hold, please. That caused a problem with my stream recording.
Oh no.
So I'm going to have to just get it directly from Twitch. which is fine. Multiple redundancies.
Oh
no! Oh no!
That was my nickname in high school.
Oh no. Or redundancies.
Multiple redundancies.
Oh,
Okay, so here is Sandsworn. There we go.
I do believe it is still raining. Holy cannoli. It's going hard today.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
How many openings are there on this team?
5.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're seeing the 20 tonight, and we're whittling these down, like after each
Yep.
wave of the thing. Okay.
Yep.
We
You're
eliminate one per round.
you're limiting 5 per round, not 1. Brittany, why are you like that tonight?
Just gotta stir things up.
Clearly. All right. So he has taken the stage at this point. And you've got the picture there in the Discord chat.
Sandsworm, welcome to the show. As I ask everyone, tell us, what are your powers? What are you capable of? What do you do?
So he, when he speaks, he has a Middle Eastern accent again, like another contestant. Well, that wasn't Middle Eastern, but it sounded kind of like it for the untrained ear. He sounds Middle Eastern, but he speaks softly, and he says he has become an elemental earth adept thanks to the mysticism that he has. Thanks to the mysticism that has been that he has learned.
Where does your power come from?
He says there was a location called the Lost City of Ubar, and he discovered an ancient sandstone tablet engraved with pre-Islamic sigils of the four winds. And after the supernatural wind buried the camp, and he woke, he had mystic symbols traced across his skin, which granted him the magics that he now wields.
Oh. Do you have to spell cast, or is it immediate or instigated by thought? What is the process for?
He says, I have learned that it is different from the hermetic schools of magic. Mine seem to mirror merely my thought or action, similar to superpowers.
Expeditious.
He says my primary ability, of course, is geomancy. So I control sands and earth and matter. I can shape dunes, create barriers, bury or reveal structures.
Do you have any team experience?
He says, "No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay.
Not in that nature. I have worked with a team of scientists before, but that isn't quite the same thing."
In regards to your geomancy, can it affect worked stone, or is it specifically like sand or things that haven't been, that are just natural, I suppose?
It's earth and matter, so anything of the earth I can shape and manipulate.
Does that include things like concrete, man-made substances?
Refined substances are more difficult.
Okay.
I surmise it depends on how much they have been refined.
Does that include organic matter? Aside from the,
It's
know,
it's earthen matter, not organic. So inorganic
aside from-
stone, sand.
Inanimate.
Hmm. He says, I also have the ability to turn myself into sand, uh, to flowing particulate form for travel or defense. I
Does that
have
create a natural state for you? So if in theory you were to be knocked unconscious, do you turn
Revert?
into a pile of sand?
no.
You would stay in your solid humanoids.
If
human
I was
state.
if I was knocked unconscious, I would be human again.
Simply unconscious, not gone to sand or anything. Okay.
Correct. I do have the capability tied to the sands that I can. I have a wind invocation, so I can summon hot gusts or localized sandstorms.
Interesting. Be very advantageous for cover or concealment.
And at that point, you can hear some discussion from some of the other judges, and then Meredith steps forward and asks. She says, "So, Sandsworn, you have the ability to manipulate sand. That doesn't matter what environment it's in, correct? It can be really anywhere. It's the sand particulates that you control." And he says, "Yes,
Like underwater?
correct. But again, that the state of the sand in which it's in would obviously be affected in the same way as refined stone or earthen matter would be."
Do you have to be in physical contact with it?
No, I do not.
Do you have a range? Distance?
I haven't effectively tested the range, but it seems to be significant. And at that point, Meredith
Good.
says, so if a ship was equipped with something that spit out sand, you would be able to manipulate that." And so he kind of pauses and he thinks for a second. He says, "Yes, it's still sand." So you see her make her note.
A ship that spits out sand?
Yeah,
Well,
so
no,
Meredith leans over and she says, "Sandcasters. It's a proposed technology to block incoming missiles in space."
Oh. Interesting.
Interesting.
Are you able to affect the same material multiple times, or
Correct.
if
Yes. So long as it remains sand. I mean, if it suddenly turned to glass, I would imagine I would have problems.
yes, but you could affect the same pile of sand
Mhm.
multiple times. It is not does not become immune to your
No.
power after you touch it once.
Correct. There's no immunity. So long as it maintains that state, I can still control it. Okay, so nobody else has any questions. So give it up for Sandsworn. Sandsworn, everyone. There's more cheering going about, and he turns himself into what effectively looks like a sand genie sort of thing. And then instead of going out the side, he just, lifts himself up and into the rafters and out through air ducts and out to the top. Very mummy-esque. in that sense. Just like, whoa. Okay. I'm gonna get myself confused. Okay. Got too many windows up and having to jump back and forth. All right. So the next one up. Where are we at? There we are. Okay, so a faint chime echoes, delicate and crystalline, like the first note of a lullaby. A giant screen fades into soft, blurred images. A child's drawing, a wartime photograph, a waves on a quiet shore, each dissolving into the next, like memories drifting through the mind at ease. Devin Kale steps forward, a voice lowered as if speaking in a sacred place. Our next contender wields no fire, no steel, no storm. Her power is something far more elusive, yet far more human. She survived the kind of accident that shatters most lives, and awoke with the ability to feel the memories of others as vividly as her own. A doctor of psychology, a healer of the unseen, a guide through trauma and truth. She doesn't command the mind, she listens to it. Ladies and gentlemen, ascendancy judges, prepare to meet the keeper of memory, the voice of empathy, Mnemosyne.
Oh, Mnemosyne.
Mnemosyne. It sounds as if your powers have to do with some sort of memory manipulation. What exactly is it that you're capable of?
And when she speaks, she has a very clear Australian accent. Those have been popularized, so those are easy to call. But she sounds calm and patient when she is replying. She says, I have a sort of, from what I've been told, telepathy. The ability to access stored memories by touch and experience them as sensory impressions. I also have empathic projection. I can feel and influence emotions around me. I can calm or amplify the emotional states. I have a telepathic recall, so I can help those with damaged minds and missing memory. I can draw those out as if locked away in a memory vault that they no longer have access to. And I can also, through a shared illusion, create empathic memory echoes that others can see and experience. Almost as if I'm translated into a hologram. And then I also have empathic healing, which helps stabilize emotional trauma and reducing mental stress in others, which is a limited form of healing.
With the influx of extraterrestrials, have you had the opportunity to interact with any of them or with animals for that matter?
I have worked with animals, yes. I have not worked with any of the alien visitors.
What's that been like? Accessing.
Surprisingly
Uh,
easy. Their minds are
oh.
not quite as complex as ours.
But I would assume that the emotions are similar, if not as descript. Simple emotions, fear, anger.
But their minds are more
Joy.
simple. They're easier to access and easier to assuage.
Interesting. So if there were a angry bear, then you would be able to calm it and essentially persuade it through that empathy to not be in an aggressive fashion.
In most circumstances, yes. I would imagine if they
Interesting.
were shot and lashing out in pain, it would be more difficult. But if they're just angry and defensive, and pardon the joke, I could probably project a picnic basket or something to calm them down, or something that they enjoy.
Yes. Are you able to implore or imbue other emotions, negative emotions, or even
Yes.
just positive? Interesting.
That is a part of my empathic projection. I can calm or amplify emotional states. So if they're more hysteric, although I'm hesitant to do so, I could make them more hysterical.
Yes, yes. There may be times that may be practical, but typically, no, I can agree.
You mentioned earlier that you could help repair damaged minds and help to recall missing memories. It sounds as if you can do that when people allow you access to their minds. But have you ever tried to pull information from a person who tried to resist you?
I have.
Have you been successful in that?
Yes. It is not something I would like to do. It's obviously against their will, and I'm not in a position to be favorable for something of that nature. But yes, I've been able to.
That is reassuring that your emphasis is on willingness and defense rather than an offense and intrusion. It is commendable.
Now,
and
well, she
appreciated.
says, I mean, I received my doctorate in psychology, focused on trauma recovery. That was essentially the focus, and then I used my gifts with the with local law enforcement in criminal profiling, and that's how I drew the attention of the Aegis Foundation. And then later, this offering.
Uh, One more clarification. Are you able to use your powers to get beyond language barriers? Can you understand people whose language you don't speak?
No, it doesn't work that way, but that is where my empathic projection helps. I can project calm, or I can project peace or soothing, and that doesn't necessarily need a language to understand.
Friendship, that sort
Understood.
of thing.
Correct.
Yes.
Safety.
Wonderful.
All right. Well, very well. Everyone give it up for Mnemosyne. Mnemosyne. Mnemosyne, everyone. More applause going about. Ah.
Woo!
Bear, 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 bear. Okay, so we're nearing the end. Oops, that is not the one I wanted to do. Right, the next one coming up is Crossfire. Oops. There we go. All right. There's a beat of silence, and then boom. A thunderous shockwave slams across the studio, rattling seats and sending a ripple through the audience. The light flickers violently as dust shakes loose from the catwalks. A second boom, closer this time, accompanied by a heavy metallic groan, like steel beams bending under pressure. A spotlight slams on, revealing Devin Kale standing steadily amid the reverberations, tie fluttering from the aftershock. He grins. Our next contender doesn't run from impact, he absorbs it. He was a factory mechanic, the kind of man who fixes the machines that keeps a city running, until one day those machines blew apart and the explosion didn't kill him. It woke up something. He carries kinetic force like fuel, stores it, bends it, turns it into the kind of strength you feel in your bones. Judges, audience, world watching at home, meet the man who takes a hit so no one else has to, Crossfire. And as he comes upon the stage, he seems to be releasing controlled bursts of concussive force that sends a ripple across the stage like an air cannon, like boom, 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 boom.
Interesting.
Crossfire, welcome. This concussive force that you generate, what exactly can you do with that, and what other powers might you have?
So he speaks with kind of a gruff voice, but not in the sense of like mad, just that's he has kind of a little bit of a gravel to his voice. But clearly American. Not sure where, but American. Maybe Midwest. Unsure. And he says, yeah, so most of that's centered around kinetic absorption and kinetic redirection, and as you can tell, shockwave generation because of it. But I've also got like enhanced durability to like, obviously I got to take it. And I can store a good bit of energy in me for, later use, obviously.
How do you manifest it other than the shockwaves for what is stored?
Well, bus hits me, I absorb it. Then I can, or jump on a grenade, for example. And then it turns into personal reserves. I can then turn around and release that energy through a physical strike. I could pump them with a kinetic fist at a decent range away.
With that shockwave generation. Interesting.
Yeah.
Somewhat of a long distance punch, if you will.
Exactly.
Wow.
Give him a Mike Tyson right from about a block away. Sounds good by me.
Now, can you deplete your stores for that until you would essentially need to be hit again to...
I mean, if you're up close and personal, you're always getting kinetic energy. Doesn't matter if you're getting knocked back into something or getting hit yourself or shot. So, I mean, I imagine if somebody's just dodging me the whole time, that might end up happening, but yeah, it ain't happened.
Interesting. Is there any expiration date, if you will? So if I walked up and theoretically hit you, would that force expire in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a week? I mean, is there...
I mean, yeah, if I don't use it, it'll go away. Use it or you lose it. But look at the life we're in. If you smack me and walk away, or God forbid you get away from me, I'll just go walk out and get hit by a car.
It's an oddly violently satisfying in some odd fashion, but understandable.
Are you able to use the kinetic energy that you create to store? So instead of being hit, if you hit somebody, could you gather some of the kinetic energy that you create?
Oh, you mean if I like punch myself?
No, like if you punch somebody else, that is kinetic energy that you are in contact with when your fist lands against them. Can you absorb that energy?
Yeah, it's a
Or
physical
you-
impact. Sure can.
So
Like I
if you were
said, the whole
first one to
battery
pay attention-
thing, not really so much of a problem.
Interesting.
interesting.
He says it also helps. I got a bit of super strength and quite a bit of endurance out of it. So I stopped working I stopped working the yard because I didn't want my my friends to be out of a job because I could outperform them with all the manic stuff that I've got. So I tried taking up superheroing. It's kind of worked out, and that's why I'm here.
Wonderful. What is the largest hit you have taken?
Oh, I don't know if you guys know the name of the 2-bit villain, but he was pretty buff. Like he was throwing buses and dump trucks around. Let me tell you,
You took one of them.
after he caught me in the kisser with one shot, I have never felt more alive.
Something that not everyone could say.
Well, it beats
Thank you.
X. It beats Christmas with the X. Let me tell you. Okay, it looks like that's it for him. So thank you, Crossfire. Everyone, give a good round of applause for Crossfire. Clap, 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 clap. All right. So the next one coming up is a doozy.
Easy doozy. It's an interesting name. Ooh.
All right. So our next contestant coming up. Boom. So the air arena fills with a low cosmic hum, a sound that seems to vibrate through bone rather than ear. The lights soften to a deep violet blue, like the sky on the edge of dawn. A nebula pattern unfurls across the screen, swirling with gold and silver flecks. Then the air itself shifts. A faint gravitational pull tugs downward on audience seats, subtle but unmistakable. Devin Cale steps forward, hair lightly lifting in the altered field, jacket tugged by an invisible currents. He grins with half stagecraft, but half genuine wonder. Our next contender is not only from another nation, she's from another sky. She hails from the Tavaxian Empire, a world where storms are oceans, where gravity sculpts the body, and where the heavens themselves are home. She is a scout lieutenant, a guardian of her people, and the hero whose wings saved the Ascendant staging satellite before she ever set foot on Earth. She commands graviton fields, guides through vacuum as easily as air, and bears the honor of 2 worlds upon her shoulders. Ascendancy judges, citizens of Earth, behold the envoy of the stars, Aetherwing.
Aetherwing, you do not look like a normal Tavaxian. What is your background?
I need to pull her file up here. One sec. Here we go. She says, I am from Mir Ka. It's my avian homeworld within the Tavaxian Empire.
Oh, so you're not directly the standard Tavaxian race, but you are of the Empire. Oh, okay, I see.
Correct. We were an uplifted race.
How familiar are you with the other races?
I have, she says, I have envoy status within our empire, so I am vaguely familiar with all of them, with access to documentation for others that I may need to understand more.
What brings you to Earth?
A request by our elder.
Are your people on friendly terms with the Tabaxians?
Yes, we are citizens of the empire.
Okay.
We only come from one homeworld, so there are not many of us. I am not surprised when you visited that you did not hear of us. But there was, but I was in the audience below.
Oh. How lovely to meet you.
And she bows humbly. Am I to assume this is where Hyperion will ask me of my powers?
Well done. Yes, please, if you could explain what you can do.
And I need to give you guys a visual. I'm going to give it to you in the Discord chat because in the picture it didn't quite turn out. They don't exactly have hair. They have feathers for hair.
Oh, okay.
And it looks like that.
Oh, okay.
Ew.
They're Vulcans.
That's hardly Vulcan.
Man.
So her little swoops are more
Yes.
wing-like and feathered. Okay, so
Yeah, but again, it looks more like a cap of feathered hair as actual hair as it did in the picture.
right. Okay.
So, getting back to Aether Wing, she says that she advises she's a trained Imperial combat pilot, an air duelist. As previously mentioned, she serves as a scout lieutenant in the Tavaxian Imperial Exploratory Corps, and her powers specifically, she all of her race has some degree of natural flight because of their wings. She, however, has she is classified much like the deviants here. She as she puts it, I am the same as a deviant is to your people. I am the same, yet genetically slightly different. So my flight reaches supersonic atmospheric flight, and I can silently hover through gravitational manipulation. As I mentioned, I have graviton control, which generates localized gravity fields to repel, attract, or stabilize masses. I have the ability to pull up what I refer to as an Aether Shield, which is a defensive energy field capable of deflecting energy or debris. I have energy deflection on top of that. But then I also have spatial awareness, which allows me to detect movements and mass fluctuations around me, tied also to my graviton control.
With that spatial awareness, if you were in complete darkness, would you be able to then detect individuals and whatnot around you without seeing them directly?
She nods. Yes, I would. I may not
Like-
see their details, but I can sense their movements. I would know where they were at.
Essentially like almost like a blind fighting sense.
I believe it plays out similar to echolocation, minus the sound, I believe.
Interesting.
I am in touch with the gravitational waves, so I can sense when there's a ripple.
Because everything has a gravitational force, as meager as it may be.
Correct.
Excellent.
Would you be able to you would affect to be able to see a more dense object also, having a more stronger gravitational pull then?
Yes.
That is interesting. How far does that range go? Is it something that is within distance, so that way if
I would prefer not to say, if that is all right with the judges.
Fair enough.
no, totally understandable.
Aetherwing, how long have you been a part of the Tavaxian Exploratory Corps?
And she says, I joined when I was, I believe, 9 of your Earth years.
Is that typical for members of your race to mature that early?
It is typical of the Tavaxian Empire.
I see.
We are one of service to the Empire, and we join as cadets. And I have learned that you have a similar program. It's letters, though I'm not sure what they stand for, but it is something to the effect of ROTC. Ours seems to just go longer
See.
until we graduate from that and become full members of the military. And then our active service ends after 4 years.
Do you have an occupation on your homeworld?
She says my occupation remains with the Imperial Exploratory Corps, but due to changes in our alliance, I have been sent here as an envoy, so I would imagine that would be added. The Starfather saw fit that I was worthy, and so I answered.
The
Commendable.
Starfather is the elder of your race, I take it.
No, the Starfather is the creator of the universe.
I see.
Is this a term that I've heard before?
Yes. It's not common, but yes. In a it wasn't common around your people, but it is I think I still have that one pulled up. Let me see. I do.
Something like
It is another term for Aridas, the Grand Designer.
Aridas?
That
Okay,
sounds
yeah.
like a skin condition.
I know. We've got this bad case of Aridas. I need a salve for it.
The cosmic salve. Yeah, Ritus the
Right.
Grand Designer, one of the 3 cosmic entities. The
Oh,
others being
yes.
Ganon and Kamea.
Where are you seeing that? Let's see.
Did any of you have any other questions for me?
Not currently.
May I ask the nature of your mutation among your people? Is it a genetic anomaly? Is it?
Yes.
Do you
It is a genetic anomaly.
know if it's similar to the ones we have here?
I am told it is similar to the ones that you have here. The belief is that we have genetic alignments to the Dexamites.
I see. Fascinating.
Subvocally, sister.
Go ahead.
Subvocally, Hyperion responds to that. He goes, it's simply similar to what the Dexamites were doing with humans. It may even be how Tyrax once obtained his power. It seems they dabbled in the genetics of many different races, but they did focus on humans.
Probably because of the malleability of humans
Exactly.
and adaptability.
It
Interesting.
would be interesting to explore this further, whether or not she is accepted onto the team.
I agree.
There are many individuals this evening that I would love to spend more time with, but amazing individuals. Thank you for your time, Aetherwing.
Of course. And she, politely turns around and just kind of levitates up, a bit. And then, of course, Devon's like, everyone give it up for Aetherwing, star of the stars. Aetherwing, everyone. And so there's, obviously applause going around again. So that was Aetherwing. All right, let's see what you guys do with this one.
Drum roll. Wah, 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 wah. Oh.
Okay, here we go. All right, so at this point, the arena lights. Oh, thank you for the follow, DM Dave. I think that's Abby's husband. I'm betting. Are you a Tommy? Answer in the chat.
That's a very personal question.
No, it's not. They got a good podcast. I have their merch. It's a fan. Anyways, so the arena lights dim again as another contestant is taking the stage. This time in a deep amber glow, as if the entire studio was standing inside the heart of a sunrise. A low hum begins to vibrate through the air, not mechanically, something warmer, older. Like the first breath of a newborn star. Across the screens, a golden light swells with a brilliant flare. A solar corona blooming outward in slow motion. Devon Kale steps into the glow. Pardon me. His outline blazing with reflected gold. Some heroes are forged in fire, others are tempered in time. Our next contender lived quietly among us for decades, a man hiding impossible strength behind the life of an engineer, until disaster forced him to reveal what he truly is capable of. He saved hundreds that day, and for the first time, the world saw a light that has been burning in secret, waiting for a moment to shine. A column of radiant energy erupts upward towards the stage, not explosive or violent, but majestic. A pillar of golden white brilliance. He channels the powers of the sun itself, flies faster than sound, and carries the strength few on earth have ever witnessed. Ascendancy judges, studio audience, viewers across the world. Behold the living beacon of hope, Solarion!
Solarion.
So at this point, the judges are, of course, looking because he looks and fits. Most everybody had a great look and or fit, probably in the natural superhero sense. This guy embodies it. So everyone, other judges are leaning a little bit closer in this time, like, okay, this guy's got the secret sauce somewhere. We're hoping he's legit. You know, like they're waiting to see just who and what this guy is all about.
And then you hear his voice.
Well, Hayden, I like to lift buildings and throw things at bad guys.
All right, you're out. You're out. Get
Yeah.
out.
Hi guys, I rode a majestic flap to get here. If you don't mind, I've got a nope rope in my pocket. I just need to get it out for a bit and let it run around.
He's like, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, ugh.
Anyways, no, he's nothing like that at all.
Where's the screening crew? Yeah. Okay.
So
Security.
yeah. So he steps out, and Meredith is looking at him, like giving him a second glance, like she may know something, but she's not speaking up.
Cyprian's all, Solarion, welcome. Good to have you here. And, of course, I need to ask, what is it that you're capable of?
What you do?
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Who's your daddy? What does he do?
He's like, I look good, and I'm strong.
He says, so he nods politely. He's very stoic and introspective when he speaks. He has what sounds like an American accent, but just a basic one, can fit really anywhere. Not like Bostonian or Californian or whatever.
Midwest it is.
Midwest.
Smallville, USA.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, well, I was formerly known as the Solar Man, briefly. Under advisement, I have rebranded a bit, but the name explains most of it. I have solar energy absorption. I can convert stellar radiation into biological energy reserves. Energy projection. I can fly up past Mach 5 within the atmosphere. I seem to be invulnerable to most known substances. I have accelerated healing as well as enhanced senses, which are the capability of perceiving radiation and magnetic fluctuations.
I totally wrote accelerated heating. I guess he's got that too.
Did your new seats throw you off that much?
Sorry. Did not expect to be able to use, to be using. I just bought a car this week.
Right.
And it's a very nice car. And it has seat warmers.
Oh, wow.
Those
and
are golden.
and I was like, yeah, what am I going to use those like 2 days a year? All week.
Yeah.
It has been cold and rainy all week.
Yeah.
I've been cruising around with my biscuits burning. It's been so nice.
Yes.
My
yes.
accelerated heating. Sorry, you were saying?
Davey, to get that for the notes.
No.
Yeah.
You can strike that from the record.
No,
Da-
you're keeping that
Yeah.
in now.
Davy's all Brittany's heated buttocks, aka biscuits.
Yeah, her biscuits are burning. I got it. Okay.
You guys know where that's from, right?
Right.
My
My biscuits are burning. Atlantis.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
A kitchen mishap.
So, have we heard of the Solar Man?
Why don't you give me an intuition check?
I'm gonna do that too.
You'll need a red result.
Yellow.
Okay.
Nope, just green, not red.
But do we notice Meredith's expression?
Yeah, she seems to be sitting on something. She's just kind of just waiting to see, and he he indicates that I did not come here initially just to try to become a part of your ascendancy initiative. I also came to confess to the world.
What did you need to confess, Solarian?
He says that I am not of your planet.
Who is? I'm kidding. You can strike that.
He says, I am from Illendor Va.
And what is this Elendor Va?
He says it was, and he pauses because it looks like he's waiting for some blowback of the bad kind.
Doesn't mean anything to us, does it?
Who knows? Nobody else walked on stage expecting that. He says, Elendor Va was one of the last surviving Dexamite colony worlds.
Have I heard of that in my travels?
Mm-mm.
No.
No, because if you remember the records that you guys stumbled onto when you were on the Universe platform,
Yeah.
they began scrubbing all their locations from known galactic records.
Right. So with that, then Hyperion says, "Are you saying that you were a Dexamite?"
Correct. And of course, like the whole audience gasps. It's like for a moment there, like wind gets sucked out, and everyone's like.
I must ask, what then brings you here to our world?
And how long have you been here?
He says that I cannot reveal all of it for reasons I am told for security purposes, but our world I was just a child at the time, but our world began collapsing under tectonic strain as well as reactor failure. There were a handful of us evacuated into craft to flee into deep space. And from my understanding, most never reached any sort of safe harbor. The prototype scout ship that I was in hurled itself towards this uncharted blue-white star recorded in our ancient archives as Sol.
How long have you lived here?
I first landed here in 1973, and I was essentially equivalent to 17 of your Earth years when I crashed.
How long was our father here?
I do not know him, so I am unsure.
No, I mean I'm saying this like to Jerome.
Out of-
Sorry.
out
Out of character.
Out of characters like that. How long was our father here?
Yeah,
he disappeared in the late 80s.
When was the first known reference to
Electrum.
Electrum?
He participated in
World War II?
Well, he was definitely in World War II. I want to say it was World War One, like the tail end of World War One.
Really? Were you under certain protocols not to contact Electrum?
I didn't know. I was still young and I did not know anything, but there were existential circumstances that prevented me from moving on for a time.
Perhaps we can discuss some of this a little more in depth at a later time.
And so at that point, Meredith just tells him to, go on. And he says, when I was away from said circumstance, I settled in New Mexico and became an electrical technician, which was easy based upon the technology of this planet.
This is quite a shock on multiple levels.
He says, I know, but I wish to come out now to be forward because Earth is my home now.
Have you?
And if there's anything that I can do to assist in its safety and continued prosperity, I feel compelled to do so.
Have you been in contact with any of your people over the years?
No, for all I know, I am the last.
My condolences. Okay, so your interest in potentially joining the team? As you said, Earth is your home now. Or do you want to add anything else?
He just turns and looks at the audience and he says, I hope I am forgiven for my deception.
I believe you are not the only one of recent events in the last year or two that things have come to light. Your actions in when your abilities were divulged, if you will, speak volumes. And I think repentance is not necessary at this point. And I look forward to seeing more of what you are capable of and what you will do for this planet.
And so he nods and bows politely. With that, he gives a wave to the others that are the audience that is there, and of course, at a loss for words a bit. Devin's like, everybody give it up to Solarion. He's surprising Solarion, and so they're like clapping, and it's not that it's not enthusiastic. It's that everybody's just kind of like blown away because these are supposed to be, the rumor that they were the ones that visited planet Earth long before sentience and whatnot. They've got somebody claiming to be one.
Yeah.
So
I have a feeling he's just become the most eligible bachelor of Earth.
This is like today's world, and like in the heart of Cairo, Egypt, and Ra comes down. Like,
Oh boy.
oh, hello.
all right, and for the last contestant, we have
Midnight X.
which
After a Dexamite, you're like,
yeah, unfortunately, like she's coming out and trying to look like she belongs, but after that big reveal, it's like, ugh, You know, but at this
It's-
point,
It's Doug from Ashland, Oregon.
yeah. Hi guys. Anyone want to play a LARP?
He's definitely on the team.
It's a superhero LARP this
I
time.
3D printed my own uniform.
So the arena lights dim again to a soft blue-white glow. Not dramatic, not explosive, but calm, ordered, and impossibly still. The background screen fades into geometric diagrams, concentric circles, tessellated patterns, molecular structures, all rotating in slow, perfect symmetry. A low crystalline tone rings through the air, pure, sustained, like the resonant hum of a tuning crystal. Devin Kale steps to the center of the quiet, ordered light. Some heroes protect with strength, others protect with speed, but our final contender projects with something far more rare: clarity. She was a biochemist, a researcher searching for a way to save fragile lives when her prototype containment field malfunctioned. Instead of being destroyed, she instinctively shaped space itself, and the blast never touched her. She molds barriers through thought, halts motions with gestures. She turns chaos into structure and danger into safety. The lattice collapse, judges, audience, people around the world, your final ascendant contender, Warden. And of course, everybody starts clapping and cheering and whatnot. And there you go.
Well, Warden, tell us, beyond what you've just demonstrated, the fact that you're a biochemist and researcher, what are your powers and what are you capable of?
Let's see. So she's very calm and composed. She has what sounds to be like a Eastern Seaboard American accent. As if she was looking for a khakis.
Boston.
Yeah.
But
Chemist.
do you ask her? She asked her your powers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. She says she has the ability of force field generation, spatial which obviously creates barriers or domes capable of withstanding upwards of tank shells. She has spatial containment abilities, which encases targets or volatile substance in suspended stasis bubbles, which actually halts the motion within. She has barrier constructs, shaped platforms, walls, or wedges for offense or support. She also can energy reflect with these abilities, using reflect or refract directed energy attacks along vectored surfaces. And she has the psionic ability of flight. So in essence, she's very similar to, with the exception of invisibility, Invisible Woman on Fantastic Four.
So like the force field support and offense, not to the degree, but almost like a Green Lantern-ish type
Kind of
manifestation.
Mhm.
Kind of. Okay.
She's like, I mean, I know I came after the big reveal, but does anybody actually have any more questions for me?
What type of combat experience do you have so far?
She says, I've done some close combat training, like Krav Maga.
In regards to your barriers, can your barriers can they shield you and others from things like radiation?
Yes, they can. She says, in fact, I believe the only thing I haven't been able to block is people with psionics or magic.
Interesting. How large of a shield are you, or reflection ability are you able to manifest? Something to deflect a
I've been able to
vehicle or
stretch
a
it out.
ship?
I've been able to stretch it out to cover a city block.
Oh,
Wow, that is impressive.
It's a strain, but I can hold it.
Wow.
And these
Warden,
barriers, do they
are your powers deviant, or did you gain your powers during the um, incident at the laboratory?
I gained my powers after the incident.
Interest-
So, what were you saying, Matt?
It's okay. Phantom was over talk again. Sorry.
Well, Matt, it's also very hard to hear you.
Yeah,
and
we
you've,
can
and you've
barely
had
hear you.
and you had connection issues.
I was asking that your barriers, do they persist after you create them, or are they reliant upon your concentration? And are they able to, or are they impervious to the passage of atmosphere through them? Are they airtight?
Oh, they're airtight. And my stasis, as she says, and my spatial containment will last for a little bit without my direct control. All others are obviously tied directly to me. And obviously, it self-contains the air in the dome or bubble, so you're limited with the amount of oxygen you have.
Now, theoretically, if you were to put a person in that stasis bubble, it freezes them. Would their bodily functions, is it a true stasis where essentially their bodily functions, their heart would stop for a period of time, and their functions that way, to where they would not need to breathe air while in stasis?
Technically, but it's very short. It wouldn't be very effective. It would only essentially it has helped in emergency situations where we needed to get somebody to a hospital right away, but not much beyond that.
So
If you're looking at it for emergency relief, if it's bomb related, perhaps, then it's obviously very exceptional, because then you can take that and give it to somebody with super strength and have them lob it into the ocean.
yes. But theoretically, I hadn't even thought of that. But theoretically, if somebody were bleeding out, you could put that body in stasis. The heart would slow or stop, henceforth slowing the loss of blood to potentially increase the chances of survival.
Correct. She says it's
Wonderful.
it's only good for a couple minutes that way, and I'd have to make another one, but you don't want to keep putting a person into stasis once they come out, because they come out immediately.
Correct, but that minute or two could be the world of difference. This is amazing.
So she nods, and
abilities
and
are
despite
exceptional.
being normally calm and composed, she's actually a little happy that she's getting some decent feedback after having to follow up Solarion.
Yeah. Your abilities are amazing. This is actually very potentially beneficial in many aspects. I can see even through you are a biochemist.
Correct.
I would assume that I that through experimentation with the chemistry aspect of that, your ability could come into potential safety parameters in that aspect as well. That's creating a much safer environment to explore uncharted and normally dangerous territory.
It would. Hmm. Thank you.
Excellent.
As she says, I was also partly responsible for helping the Aegis Foundation upgrade some of their containment protocols.
Wonderful. Interesting. Is your energy reflection sufficient against? Did someone, perhaps somebody else asked? I apologize, but against radiation or perhaps
Yes, my
plasma?
my force fields will well, energy reflection is a little different, but my force fields will protect against almost everything.
Wow.
The energy reflection isn't can reflect back, but it tends to be weaker
Huh.
as it's more taxing on me.
Understandable. You fall short of nothing short of a wonderful and exceptional ending to this program and presentation.
Well, again, thank you. If there isn't any other questions, then I guess I will make my exit.
Thank you, Warden.
Okay, so she steps off at that point, and Devin, he says, "Everybody, give it up for our final contestant, Warden, everyone." And he says, "Now we move on to the next phase. After the interview process, 5 people will be eliminated from advancing forward. 15 will move on to the next stage, and the next stage will be the powers test. We'll see how everyone does through obstacle courses and utilizes their powers in the most effective way. So tune in tomorrow night for stage 2 and find out just who advances on. Until then, I am Devin Kale, here for Hero Nation, signing off. So I will let, obviously since it's gone on late, I will let you guys discuss, hopefully everybody chimes in, discuss in your Discord chat who you think should move on, who should probably be eliminated. Of course, you got all the names and pictures in the Discord chat to let you know.
Can we make a poll? Is that a thing we can do?
I could probably no. It only go. I think I can, but I think I'm limited to 10 apiece. So yeah, I'll figure it out in Discord. But yeah, I'll figure it out. So that's where we're going to stop here for tonight. We need to do RP votes to see who did what for how many cookies or enjoyed themselves. So we will start with Davey.
For me, no contest. Dale carried the game tonight. Good job, Dale.
Okay. Dale.
I'm actually gonna go for Derek because he had a lot of good follow-up questions that I didn't think of.
Okay. Brittany.
Yeah, I'm going with Derek because he had some good discussion.
Okay.
So.
Matt.
Round back to me. I'm still balancing out things in my head here.
Derek.
I will go with Dale.
Okay, so it looks like it's tied between Dale and Derek. So it's up to you, Matt. Or sorry, George.
What about George? Yeah.
Whoops.
George.
He turned invisible
Just
on me.
chopped liver, I guess.
I was actually probably I think I'm gonna go with Derek just because it was kind of funny how like a couple like every time there was a person who had like some sort of sciencey background, he was like, "Oh, in Tregwade," and I absolutely think he's gonna hit on the water lady. But
I was contemplating like sub vocalizing something like. Everybody's like, why are my feet vibrating?
that's our brother. He does that.
Okay, so it's back to you, Matt.
Yeah, I think Derek gets it because his questions were more varied. I mean, Dale did hit on the big point, but
Okay, cool. So Derek,
yeah,
you
Derek had the role play question.
cool. Okay, so Derek, you win. You get 200 additional karma added to your character. And did we roll for holiday karma? I don't think we did.
Oh,
have
no,
not.
not yet.
That's Dale, though. We already established that.
Right, we roll that then. So 1d10, d10.
Put that down.
Oh, only got a 1.
Oh,
Let's see here. So then that's 350. And we add that to our amount.
and we have to eliminate 5 people, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
think
we're-
we should just vote on which 5 to eliminate.
Yeah,
Like
I'm gonna,
everybody throw
15 to
everybody
keep.
throw 5 names in there, or
yeah,
like
that's what I'm
either that
gonna
or, like,
do.
5
Yeah.
or 6 names or something like that, because obviously we're not going to have 6. But if you had like 5 or 6 names, then if there's a consistent 1 or 2, obviously those, all right, you're out. But then,
Oops, I don't see that one. I saw 7.
Oh wow! Oh, whoops!
oh, look at that.
Oh, thanks for
Wow.
correcting me, Jerome.
I give thanks for, syntax errors on the dice roller.
Yeah. Right. So let's fix that. Okay.
Yeah.
So, right. So that earned us 2,450, and then we add that to
Wow.
what we had before.
Wow.
Karma,
Now-
karma,
Our
karma.
our total is at 12,351 in the bank.
Nice.
Ooh.
All right.
Okay. So now that we've got that out of the way, so our next game is going to be next week on Thanksgiving, Thursday. We're going to be starting at 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, it would be 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 7:30 Arizona time. And we are going to have we're starting a one-shot game for the D&D game that's going to become the permanent in that time slot. But we're doing a one-shot for that particular day because I guess enough of us have an open availability on Thanksgiving and we want to role play. So it's going to be a special holiday one-shot with their characters, giving them a chance to kind of test them out, get a feel for their character for the following game. So if you want to check that out, Kingdoms of the Shattered Crown will be having a special holiday one-shot on this coming Thanksgiving. So we'll be online and ready to do some playing, and hopefully you guys will enjoy the dungeon. It's be the 3rd time I've run this adventure. So
Sneak preview.
all right. So thank you guys all again for hanging out with us.